little flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. It's now or never. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Now or never. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with a red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Let's go, hey, step back, look at the wrist, wrist. Let go, let it go, switch, hey, turn the heads, can't miss this. Run it up, it's my fitness. Windows limousine tinted, stay up out of my business. Hey, you can never break me down, need more to take me out. They was all cool back then, now they wanna hate me now. Funny how it goes, can I get a countdown and drum roll? No time ain't an option, no. Sit back, watch this unfold. Hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Gas in the tank, if the wrong guy really wanna contest me, cause he envy everything that I got, what I am and he not. Coldest one on the block, you know these boys don't got nothing but excuses. My whole squad been doing their thing, dropping nothing but exclusives. Ooh, I know you see me step back, flossing. Please don't get too close unless you proceeding with caution. Yeah, I broke the moves out, time got nauseous. We can never settle for no loss. Shit, hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man.
did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting, you playing with my heart.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and VALORANT coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the
everyone, and welcome to week 4 of VCT EMEA. Don't worry, the desk will start soon enough. But first, I have some news to deliver. The Ministry of Education has informed us about some of you missing school due to a severe addiction to EMEA's fantastic VALORANT. Since Clove is introduced today to the league, I wanted to help you out with a lesson on the history of controllers in VALORANT. So please open your books, page 13. Now, when the game was released in 2020, it contained 3 controllers: Omen, Brimstone, and Viper. The options may have been limited, but each controller offered a unique playstyle. So it wasn't long until metas started developing around the few maps that we had before 2021. Bind was all about the double controller Brim Viper. Viper was also crowned Queen of Icebox, and Omen quite literally controlled the rest of the maps. But on the 2nd of March of 2021, Astra was released and everything changed. Teams were incredibly excited to pick up the new controller and her versatile toolkit. But it was not only that the kit made her attractive. You may know how Astra's abilities work already, but back then, her cooldowns were mad. And by mad, I mean that they were half of what they are today. So retrieving stars and creating cool combos became the new order. Oh, and she also had 5 stars, which also helps. Her versatility to anchor sides while still providing global impact made her crucial in a tournament like Reykjavik 2021. So of course, it wasn't long until she got nerfed, but her versatility had already gained a foothold for her. As more and more maps and agents were entering the game, she remained a mainstay. Now let's fast forward into the 18th of October of 2022. A year and a half after Astra's release and 3 maps later, Harbor enters VALORANT. So at the inaugural tournament of our partnerships, we saw not only the debut of new teams, but also a fresh look into what the 2023 meta might have in store. And Harbor immediately looked to establish himself in it. By the end of lock-in, he had been played in 4 out of the 7 maps in the tournament. But he didn't manage to prosper as much as Astra did on her initial release, as teams started to understand that in order to get the most value out of him, he had to be used alongside another controller. Lau then became the most notable team to do so in 2023 and single-handedly changed the controller meta once again. Their weapon of choice, Harbor and Viper. Nowadays, playing double controller is viable on every map, and teams are never done innovating new approaches to each and one of them. Today, we welcome a new controller in VCT EMEA, and even though some might think Clove is just an ager for ranked, we must keep in mind 2 things. 1, even if they aren't in the current rotation, we have double the maps that we had when Astra was first released. So just because we might not see them today, you never know what the future holds. And second of all, giving Angel a tool to smoke from the graveyard is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Now, of course, we need to talk a bit more about the agent to understand how this could impact our region.
Oh, fantastic history lesson, Kukuga. I was on page 13. Just as you said, I was following you. Bring back the Astra meta, but more importantly, bring back more Spanish casters to the desk. Uli, welcome.
Hello.
It's great to have you.
I'm so glad to be here. I'm so happy. And also, Spanish Inquisition.
Yes,
You're already here.
Nobody expects it.
Let me be one of you. I can speak a little bit of Spanish.
We claim you.
Buenísimo, buenísimo.
Vale, vale, vale.
And speaking of buenísimo, of course, Clove, we finally get them here in VCT EMEA. And looking at all the metas you spoke about, you know, the Viper, Harbor, the Astra, Uli, do you think we could potentially see a Clove meta coming up?
Actually, normally I will say no, because if we're talking about EMEA is always known as perfection, be defensive, holding an angle. But right now, we are seeing that every single team is going into aggro path, trying to do micromanagement. Maybe there is place for someone to play with Clove.
The pew-pew? Get the pew-pew in?
Yeah, I like it. I think that it makes a lot of sense, right? Every composition is leaning towards more aggression, more in your face, and also more individualism just because of that. So Clove could be definitely a weapon to use.
Yeah, let's break it down a little bit. What sets Clove apart? What is it about Clove you guys feel like is going to be exciting for us?
Definitely giving a different view, right? I think that she has other abilities that we have seen. Of course, she has the smokes, which she can, you know, use from the death. To me, the metal, also the DK, is very strong because if we look back and think about how when Fade was introduced to the game, we saw all those crazy combos. She has that, but they have that potential.
And with that potential, we have maybe a lot of combos that we can see with maybe Raze. Even you don't need also to play with Raze. It could be also with a Gekko, because sometimes you can have a lack of duelists if you are going into Clove, because sometimes it could be so much more aggressive when you're having the ult. I have some thoughts on it, but probably the DK is going to be something strong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the effect that it has had previously, and it also gives versatility within the agent, right? When we think, for example, of Astra, is that kind of sentinel side to her that makes her so special. For Clove is, as I said, the individualism and maybe a mix more with a duelist.
I gotta address the being able to smoke, Uli, when you're dead. That is so good.
It is. I like it. I mean, just think about it. Angel going first. Making an entry.
I don't have to imagine that, actually.
And he can smoke.
And he still has smokes, right?
The only thing that messed me up is that I would like maybe when they did that, that maybe there is a chance that you can smoke wider, something like Astra. Because right now, when you're dying on B side,
that would be too strong.
You are so only going to B side. There's no chance you're going to A, maybe a fake or something like that.
Yeah, it could be definitely very strong. Also, if we've seen how Angel's been playing lately and the individual plays that he's been having, I know that he's not on the controller anymore, but this could be the perfect excuse to bring him back.
It is.
Yeah, I just want to shout out to like the more bold representative, because we've already got bold Cypher so far. Of course, when Clove on the ultimate gets activated, we do see a little bit of a boldness. You know, the hats are off. I love that animation. You're welcome, Tom Biz. But what about that ultimate? How strong do you think that would be, having kind of another shot from the grave as well?
I think it's great, especially for the post-ban situation. I think it gives you that kind of edge. We know that a lot of utility is saved for that moment, and when the defenders are retaking the side, it can give you another tool, especially in a 2v2 situation, for example.
And also, I've seen some takes also on defending. When you're making like an anchor or stronghold, right to hold, you can make an also extra pick, thank you to the healing and access the extra speed, but the ult. And whenever you die, you can just go dress into retake and then come back with all the team and make a fast retake. I think there's some chances to make with it. It could be a new meta.
And I got very, very quickly, and one other player that is an Angel that you think can pick this up.
Safe, please. I mean, after the deadlock in Vitality, I need the Clove.
Uli?
I'm going with Turkish players.
I like it.
My guess is Brave.
Okay.
Brave is so good.
I like it.
Individual skill. I mean, he could be playing something aggro.
I'm going to say Redgar. I feel like that's the other obvious choice, right? I can't wait to see it. Clove could be the difference maker this time around, but with 2 weeks away from playoffs, this week we could see some teams lock in and lock out of it already. So let's take a look and see how your favorite team could just make it to playoffs this week before we head into the last regular season of action. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of information here. Make sure that you keep along with me, because I want to make sure whoever you're supporting at home, whichever team you're backing, you know exactly how they can make it to playoffs. To start with some good news, if you are a Na'Vi fan, things are looking great. All they need to do is to beat BBL this week. It doesn't matter about maps, it doesn't matter about rounds. A win here will lock them in for playoffs. In fact, they've been doing so well that even if they lose this week, they can still be locked in as well. All they need is for Heretics or Gentlemates to lose their game. Simple as that. If you're rooting for Foot on the other side, you will also be praying for Heretics and Gentlemates' downfall. If either of those teams lose their game and Foot take down Fnatic tomorrow, they'd also be locked in for playoffs. Still with me, guys? Still with me? Because things are getting a little bit dire for Giant X and Koi. They are without a win right now, which means even if they want a slight chance at making it, they have to win this week. It is do or die, and GG's if they don't, and they will kiss playoffs and Master Shanghai goodbye. And for the fans of Fnatic, BBL and Vitality, you will have to wait until next week for these teams to seal their fates. But the good news is it is all in their own hands. They can dodge all of the tiebreaker, map difference, round difference fiasco if they just win the remaining games they have here in their calendar. So there's a big week coming up for you guys, and a lot of teams could be locked in or locked out before we even head to the final week of actions. We are going to kick off with Team Liquid. Liquid even versus Heretics today, followed by Vitality versus Gentlemates. Two very, very big games. And you might be looking at Team Heretics here. So am I, because the one and only VIT is finally in the building with us. And I had the chance to grill him a little bit and get you guys to get him know a little bit better. Take a look at this. It's been a long time coming, but VIT, he is in the building. He is here in Madrid. He is sat next to me, actually, in fact. Welcome to VCT EMEA. Finally, of course, we were expecting you a little bit earlier, but we had to wait for that very important birthday of yours. So how was that birthday? Did you have a nice time?
Not actually, because I was doing watch party to our match.
Oh, no.
To Madrid match, Masters match. So we lost, but I love my friends, so it was so good for me. I'm happy to be here, and I am here.
Yeah, we're very happy to see you here. I just wanted to get to know you a little bit more. So tell me about your Valorant journey so far. Why did you decide to go pro? And also, why did you decide to join Heretics?
Actually, I wasn't know when I started Valorant. Like, I wasn't know anything about the esports. I was just playing. I was 14. I was playing for fun from my home with my friends. And then I just start to grind slowly. I don't have actually so much experience about FPS games. I just grind, and I met with Alphajar first. And then we were in the team. I mean, he might to his team, and we played, I think, 1 year together with Alpha. And then, like, I go to another team, he go to another team. So I joined to Fireflags, and then I did so good things on the Fireflags Young, and then they just want to put me on the main roster. And after that, after 1 year in the main roster, I just played well. I just played good in the seasons, and then I got offers, and I choose the Heretics because we have a young roster, and I love young rosters because we have good chemistry, not gonna lie. Like, we have really good chemistry. So I choose Team Heretics.
You could grind together, right? It's like kind of exciting.
Yes.
Tell me, obviously Yutajay is also here, another ex-teammate of yours, and Alpha, yeah? So what do you think about what's going on with them so far? You looking forward to maybe playing against them?
I'm really excited to play against them because they are both so good players. So I want to defeat them, and I will.
Oh, I can't wait to see that. But before we get there, let's talk about your role a little bit on this team. So what kind of agents do you like to play? What role can we expect you to be on?
Actually, I am playing 3 roles. I'm a flex player, so I'll just play everything.
Is that your choice?
Not really. Like, I am flex, so I'm just giving ideas. I can play this, and they are just putting me on, and I'm playing. That's working. It's working like that. But I'm gonna play sometimes duelist, sometimes flasher support, and sometimes smoker. Like.
Oh, I am very, very excited to see that. Thank you so much, VIT, for joining me, and good luck on your first game
Thank
here
you.
at VCT EMEA. I can't wait to see how far you can go. Oh, he's finally here and he's ready to flex. Just a little bit like Team Liquid over here. I want to see who's going to be flexing a little bit better this time around. What do you guys think?
The way Jumpy's hair bounces.
I'm a huge fan of Jumpy right now. I want him as my security.
Yeah, I just love how he's dressed for this game, and then he's got like Wimbledon at 8 p.m. or something. He's off to the tennis.
Absolutely adore it. Yeah, definitely. It's an important, a very important matchup, right? And now that we're talking about Jumpy, we know that also he's a very flexible player. I'm asking myself, right, because we had Patitech for so long here, for exactly the remainder of the year that we've had, how VIT is going to fit into the rest of the team. He's also saying that he's also going to be playing duelist, and I cannot wait for that to happen. Are you excited, Uli?
I'm so excited with VIT. The only thing that worries me is that maybe the chemistry is not the same. He was saying the chemistry is okay, but let's see. I mean, Patitech has been playing for a long time. It was great. Let's see how it's working.
Yeah, it's a very important week to come into this tournament as well, because a lot is on the line. So without further ado, let's bring out Team Heretics and Team Liquid. Oh, this is going to be a huge week, and we are kicking off with Team Liquid versus Team Heretics. Like I said, a lot of teams are praying for Heretics' downfall because they can lock themselves in if Heretics lose here. But this is the thing. They brought in VIT. Finally, we were waiting for him for 4 straight weeks. But the question is this the right choice, Kakuka? Is he ready for this big stage?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw how Rians performed the first time that he was on land, but as we see the map select, I'm actually surprised. Team Heretics have been permabanning that Ascend, and actually they're going to remove Split instead. What do you think of it so far, Uli?
I'm really surprised. I mean, it's a surprise. But at the same time, we know that Team Liquid has been playing so well on that Split, and maybe they can have some lags on it. I think it's much more safer to just try to get the Ascent clear. You can ban it later, because normally they're going to move into Bind, and Bind is a good map for Team Heretics.
Yeah, this is the thing. They've just removed it, like you said. We got Lotus coming up last. I mean, this map pool is looking pretty good for Heretics.
I think so.
Yeah, go on.
No, I think so. I mean, it's a good agent pool, and also I like to see how good he's playing, and we see him playing on Spain on the Crossfire. He was so nasty playing on Bind, so I expect him to be on the same level, and maybe he can just bring some of the mates.
He might have not been playing with the team for that long, but definitely there is a preparation coming after this. We know that Team Heretics has showed a lot in Sunset, and they have been already shut down. Now they have to go back to the game that they played against BBL and try and patch those holes that the boat was having time and time. And with Wood, maybe things can change, even the composition.
I mean, this is a question when it comes to the agent select. He said he could flex. Patatag on these maps are playing the KO and a Viper as well. Do you expect VIT to just slot in Kakuka and take that role on?
I think that they might have a plan before Patatag was in, right? To think that Wood would be playing from the beginning. But also it has to be a mix between the idea that they had and also now that he is here, what things are working, what are not, what have they learned about how the rest of the teams play in EMEA, knowing that, again, the stage is not the same as kickoff. You do not have 1 day between games. You have an entire week to prepare for your next opponent.
Yeah, I wasn't here last week, so I'm going to jump you a fun fact, Kakuka. I hope you missed the fun fact. But these teams are overwhelmingly high win rate on their own map pick, and neither of them have won a map when they went to map 3. So I feel like we're going to get to map 3, but I don't know who's going to win it because they're not very good there. And here is Agent Select. And my goodness.
Lord. Okay, so just let's address the basic. Yes, Woods is playing in for what Patatag was playing, but Team Liquid have turned completely aside to what they were doing. Kiko's going to be playing on the Euro, Enzo is going to be playing on the Gecko, and Yamp is going to move from that breach into that Sova. A lot of information and initiating power, a lot of flashes to work with for Liquid. I want to see how they manage to play the map, especially now that they're starting on the defense. This is not only about the preparation, they know exactly how Heretics are going to try and set up Minibu time after time on the attack.
Yeah, and how does Minibu go about all of these util? How does he beat this?
Yeah, exactly. He has to be prepared, right? I think that his older brother has to be, you know, on his shoulder being like, we know exactly how to counter this. We know the problems that you encountered against BBL. We have to find new approaches if they want to keep this conversation, this composition working throughout the year.
Well, I can't wait to see what we're going to get as we head into Sunset and throw this over to your casters, the ones that have never seen Enzo lose. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Yeah, I wish. I've never seen anything but that. There was no need. There was just no need. But look, it's good to see
him win when you're not casting.
That's true. From the crowd, from home, but never from this position here in the booth. And hopefully today is going to be a little bit different. But our Spanish stack desk might not agree. Good to see Ulises Serviendo up there on the desk alongside Kakuka and Yinsu. And Tom, I'm excited for this matchup for a number of reasons. Sure, this might not lock a team into playoffs, but for both teams, a win here represents tournament life.
It's important. It's important for both teams. I think Heretics have had a bit of a rough spell. Liquid, I feel like they've beaten the teams that they should have done and then lost to teams they would have hoped to beat. Like, I think that's been the problem. Like, okay, they beat a Giant X, they beat a Koi. I'm not really impressed just yet, but I'm intrigued. Bringing in the Yoru, especially up against a strong Cypher like Benjamin Fish, I think that could be a direct counter. But we're going to have to wait and see for the attack, because for now, it's a defensive side Yoru on a map that's not commonly played.
Yeah, there could be some drawbacks to it, but Nats doing well to start this out. Picking up the first, but falling after just one. And that's going to leave them in a tough position on Team Liquid, having to pull back, waiting for a long flank coming out of Mystic and potentially Kiko as well. That plant should go down without too much contention, just some pot shots here or there. Yeah, it's more so in the next couple seconds, the decision on where Heretics take it. They've decided to move things in this direction. Trap destroyed. They know there's one player, and they're propped up, ready for the fight on the back of the flash. Nicely handled, but Mystic already down, drawn into battle by the players back in main. That's a very clean post-plant from Heretics now. They just gotta stop the defuse.
Yeah, that's the thing. From this point onwards, it becomes so difficult for Liquid, needing almost a hero play. The Mosh is going to create an awkward position, but it's not going to be enough. It will be the kickoff for the side of Heretics, opening up that pistol. And I think you're already going to see like why we're so excited for Wu. Like I know that there's a lot of fans who maybe didn't watch much of the tier 2, and maybe you did watch some of the like events in the off season, and you kind of went, well, yeah, Heretics with Wu didn't look that good. But this kid has been someone that has been exciting for a good couple of years. Like even playing on the Fireflux of before, they were fantastic, and a lot of it was down to this man's individual ability. If you enjoyed watching Mini Boo, in the tier 2, Woot was better. That's all I'm gonna say. He was. We just have to wait and see if he can now match up to that.
Well, that's it. We've seen a lot of players on this stage start to, you see the jitters come through, and a very young guy like Woot, it's definitely within the danger zone for that to come through.
Did you see him in the pistol where he popped flash out around the corner?
His pistol's already good, playing as part of the team. No surprise on a KO. He's certainly played that quite a bit in the past. Talking about the Fire Flux back in the day, but also the interesting thing about Woot was that he has a very expansive agent pool. When we were looking at most players, who tends to be someone who's clearly leading the way in terms of agents played. This guy's happy to fill whatever the team needs, and while they're going to need a hero this time, they've already lost one player, and Team Liquid are grouped up looking to deny any further weapons being carried through. Boo tagged up low, and those rifles now in the danger zone. We'll see how many players survive on the side of Heretics, if they can even keep the round.
Yeah, it's all about damage for the side of Liquid, but with a man advantage already, there's definite opportunities. As you said, the sort of danger guns are in play, but I always get a little bit nervous when there's Guardians on the other side. A few missed shots here and there, and those pistols can close the gap. They've still got them, at least for now. And while for the remaining players, it may just be a case of going down to that spike, making sure no extra orbs are gained, and for Heretics, they recover quite well. Only the couple of players lost.
Yeah, just 2 down, 3 rifles still carried through to the next round. Disaster most certainly averted, and a good start to the map for Heretics. With 2-0 under their belt, rifles come out, and we get to see some of these ideas now from Team Liquid, because like you say, Tom, there's some ideas there that could be directed at taking down the Cypher play from Team Heretics and making them uncomfortable on their defensive side, but right now, Team Liquid are on the defense themselves. And so making it work in a rifle round like this, is this somewhere I expect to see Kiko taking a couple extra risks with aggressive Yoru play? Or do they sit back and just see what Heretics are playing at?
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be some setups around that sort of avenue. You can already see Dizzy thrown out just for information, but a passive position held by Boo. And that is now going to be just an aggressive spot held from Kiko. Now, of course, for now at least, he has that ability to teleport back. But for Heretics, this is much more going to be like a push and probe. Look to try and see if they can find any early fights, if anybody's going to give them anything. Because you do have to bear in mind, this bonus has some real legs to it. You've still got the Guardians, but everyone else is running alongside with that Vandal.
The real danger is Boo up top. The fact that, I mean, he can't push up without making some noise at least. But if Kiko did go for that aggressive stance, he could be in trouble. Now here comes the drone. That's going to guarantee no further aggression from defensive side as they take a step back. But Heretics aren't set on it just yet. It's all part of the push and the pull of the map. Some HP taken off Miniboo. He's down to 32. Not going to be too easy to slide into those angles now. It looks like they have set their eyes on this A site, and that means all the pressure will be on Kiko. He could just back out after spotting them initially, Tom. He's just peeking a pixel, but that's his choice. Let's see where he takes it.
Yeah, his TP's gone, left. So it will just be him walking away. And the read from Liquid in this early round has been wrong. The stack up was on the other side, but it does look like they're playing more for the retake rather than anything else. Although saying that, Kiko's still trying to hold some pretty aggressive positioning, a strong dart to at least help him out, but it's only going to be a trade. I guess they're trying to deny this plant as much as possible, and that's exactly what young people do. He's dropped that spike on the ground. Somebody needs to get on it now, and they're not going to be able to. The timer is gone. Yumpy's won them around on his own.
Unbelievable display from Liquid. Insult to injury with Boo going down on his aggressive stance in the end, and an attempt to pick up another orb for Miniboo denied by the timer. That is maybe the expected result coming in, although considering Heretics had full rifles, I wouldn't say that necessarily carries weight. Seeing a 2-1, not a terrible surprise, but my God, the way that went down. time and running through the mosh pit from Yumpy. Ballsy decision, and one that they just weren't expecting. I'm assuming, obviously, that was Enzo's down, so he's taking a lot less damage on the way through, and just a small blind spot from Heretics that gets exploited.
You see a lot of teams doing that, basically just running through their own util. This is the change, though. Heretics have always had these really explosive attack sides with Miniboo at the helm. Now, we had a quiet week last week, but my expectation is that will not carry through into this one. He's been one of the best duelists in the league so far.
Looking at consistency, you really can't imagine it's going to be the same thing again and again. Now, ult already online for Woot as they look to take the A site. The knife alongside the ulti taking away a lot of the abilities here. Team Liquid having to do it with just the rifles in hand, and the paranoia perfect with Miniboo sliding in and securing the site. The plant goes down, and it looks like they'll wait out this KO ultimate. Utility on Team Liquid looking okay for the way through on Mystic and Enzo, but they're going to have to pack one hell of a punch to get this one done with Heretics really hunkered down.
Yeah, it's definitely looking problematic now. Losing a player before you get into the retake's always going to be tough. Again, though, this player in the corner is caught. Flash a little bit delayed, but Yumpy's doing well. He looks like the retake king. The problem is his teammates falling all around him. Benji with a late lurk through the back, and now Mystic. Again, looked solid last week, but winning from here is going to be pretty damn tough. Nobody peeking. Cam even thrown out late into the round just to make sure that he can't be defusing. And in the end, he's just going to try and fade away, but Benji is waiting. Clinical to close him out. Immediate response from Heretics.
And Los Niños off to a fantastic start with their 3-1. A little shaky, a little unconventional round 3, but they're right back on the horse. And with that, they've crushed Team Liquid's economy. Big round with that paranoia.
Yeah.
We saw it used up there again in the replay, and how quickly Miniboo is able to dive on top of them after. It's very hard to deal with that.
I think the thing that I'm a little bit worried about just early on is that I'm looking at Liquid are playing a retake A setup, but it looks like Kiko is not. Like, the rest of the team are playing outside, waiting, and he is in there every single time. And if he gets killed, if he gets 2, that's fine. If he dies immediately like that, the rest of the team have to play for a deficit. And you can see 1 extra kill there, that might have made all the difference.
I think probably he was expecting to be able to get out of there with the gate crash, right? I didn't know if he had one online at the time, but as soon as that ultimate comes in from Woot, that's ruled out, and the guy is just trapped. I like the idea to get aggressive with the pistols, try to take some uncouth fights, but, well, they have met a deadly duo holding the angle. The A site now off limits for the defenders, and they'll go pushing elsewhere, but Heretics are very patient. We talk a lot about the defaulty early rounds that we see out of these attack side teams. No different here on Sunset, as we can see that map control taken, pick found, and now Heretics once again group up and look to take this late round together as a team, not looking to be isolated and drop to these pistols. They've got free reign over B side.
But this is the thing I really like about this map for Team Heretics is I think Boo calls a great game in terms of the switch up of pace. Like, you have this Neon, you have these explosive plays, you have one of the best entry fraggers in the league, but sometimes you play it nice and slow. And it's very difficult for Liquid to know, okay, do we utility dump right at the early round to try and take some space, deny you, or do we sort of play back expecting you to run at us? It's just tough. So for now, obviously this round, expectations minimal to nothing. Like, if they get 2 kills here, I think Liquid have done a great job, but that's going to be easier said than done.
I think, again, you have to look at the players alive, even Mystic Nats. It's not worth them even going down to another player. The Spike will do it just fine. Yumpy already has his ult online, so not looking to do too much there. Damage and taking away a weapon was the primary goal. Well, more so the secondary goal. Primary goal, go down to that Spike in the end, and it looks like they have achieved that. Success with flying colors. Nice and easy. 4th round, though, secured for Team Heretics. All 5 players left alive. That is a worrying sign, but they were only pistols on Team Liquid, right? It's okay. Heretics get to build up a little bit of bank. They don't have to invest too much, but if Liquid let it slip here, Tom, this could very quickly spiral.
Yeah, and I think as well, even though last week we saw BBL, who definitely have had a huge resurgence, managed to beat Heretics on this map. I think prior to that, you're looking at them with wins over Vitality, Sentinels, Carmine Corp, Na'Vi. Like, this has been a really good map for Heretics. And okay, sure, lost to Paper X as well, but I think we can forgive that one. It was a great map for Paper X in their run at Madrid. So I think it was always going to be tough for Liquid. I want to see what response they have. And straight away, you're going to see an immediate use. I don't know if that was blind, but Riens has just taken out Nats. That leaves this B side so open.
Well, he headshot him with the second pull, so nice and easy. Looky almost. I didn't think it had hit. And the return, not quite so lucky. Nothing found on the side of Team Liquid as Heretics claim a free pick, site control, a plant that's very difficult to deny. When you come in as defenders, defusing that is a death sentence. Well, they're just going to smoke themselves off. Look at that, Benji allowing the decoy to go by. Deep flash, that tells you Benji's not here, but Enzo's ready for it anyways. First is found. But here's where we get to see the difficulty that comes along with defusing. Now the spike is out in a bit of a corner that does give a wider angle to work with. Nice thrash through, player in the corner detained, but Rienz goes in for 3. The defuse is only half, and that's not close enough. 5 rounds for Team Heretics, and Team Liquid looking down in the dumps to start out Sunset.
Yeah, I think you're seeing most of the opening kills go the way of Heretics, which is definitely helping them out with these post-plant scenarios. But then it's also just their sort of adaptations. I do think that that flash maybe wasn't supposed to completely blind Benji as he was up close. That was maybe a bit of a miscall. And that's actually one of the only worries I really have for Woot. On an individual level, I have no doubt he's going to be as good as anyone else in the league, if not better. It's whether he has the same supportive utility as Padatek, because that's something I think that he was very good at, especially in their run to get to Madrid. The util that Padatek was throwing was fantastic and really good for setting up Miniboo. Now, the assist that Woot's getting, already a good showing, but some of those are off the ult, some of those are off the knife. Right, I'm not going to get... It's always just looking at the number alone doesn't really tell me that high level of impact, but I do think he's been in the workshop. I do think he's a player as well that has a lot of flexibility when it comes to agent pool. Like, we've seen him have a lot of games on controller, on duelist, on initiator, which for someone who's only 18 years, just 18 years of age, that is impressive.
This is what I was saying, like looking back at this guy, and I remember at the time, a long time ago, Tom, flexibility was something you talked about with this guy, but he has almost every agent played. Sure, some of them like Phoenix and Reyna, I think even are going to come out in troll tournaments where they're just messing around. But for the most part, when it comes to officials that matter, you'll see this guy pick up whatever the hell the team needs. And for a young player, one with so much individual potential, that's rare. You are going to find a lot of players, especially early in Valorant, that they just want to do one thing. They want to play that duelist.
Jet.
And Jet was the one. Jet was the problem. Looking at you, Hoodie. But there are lots of people doing it.
Looking at you, old Vitality.
Oh, okay. Well, that was because they couldn't lock 5 Jets.
We have signed 5 Jet players. It doesn't seem to be working.
Who would have thought? Our Jet players not a good support.
Much better now. I'll give them that. Much better now.
Yeah, they've done well. They absolutely have. So have Team Heretics, a turnaround from back in the day. Maybe for a while, back to the form of back in the day. But I'm not sure you'll ever bring back the level they achieved in First Strike.
Yeah.
Hard to reach again.
We won't go into that.
No, we'll shelf that one.
Either way, though, this needs to be now Liquid finding a response. The streak of rounds for Heretics, their credits are starting to get to a point of no return. They've got themselves a few ults online, although maybe not the most high-impact ones. And thus far, I'm not really seeing the value of that Yoru. Now, I expect more on the attack.
100%.
But if there's no value on the defense, we have a problem.
Well, that's it. Right now, Kikyo, no gate crashes to work with, so mobility's a little limited. Has his ult. Difficult to use without a gate crash. Sometimes you gotta commit fully, or just use it as the recon. The slow push through on mid has caught them off. I didn't think Heretics would be giving up this position so quickly, but of course only one of them has the ability to transition to the B site quite this quickly. Plant comes through. And on the side of Heretics, they want to recover that advantage with Miniboo's aggression, but he's being caught in a bit of an awkward spot. Those reveals giving them everything, and Kiko now committing to the ult. He's put down the decoy and bought himself the space. His teammates coming in from the off angle and defending this spike now is a tough task for anyone to manage. Boo is the last one standing, looking to avenge his fallen brother, and he'll not even get a shot off. Team Liquid are back on the board. It's late, but it's not too late. 5-2.
No, I like the way they played this round. Like, the aggression into mid got them a lot of information, allowed for a quick rotation, but more importantly, just having that advantage. Especially in these sort of scenarios, I think the util that they put through to get them that extra information, I think that's been one of the things so far that has been kind of interesting is they've been able to walk into Nats' site or find Nats without too many problems. So the fact that this round, they basically walked into all of the traps, they got hit by all of the darts, it gave a lot of info, plus that ultimate. Even still, though, plenty more to be desired. And as said, no problems for the side of Heretics to buy up again.
I'm out of here.
Quick dash in. That was almost a chance. Mystic is down as quick as you like. And, you know, it's ambitious. I'll always applaud players Taking outside the box a little bit, but well, Miniboo's not going to be caught off by that. This is a big round to risk those kind of plays in, Tom. Somewhere Team Liquid come in already. Man disadvantage and low HP on Enzo and Yumpy down, but they had rifles. They had their economy on his last legs, and wow, what a strange way to approach the early round.
It was just so... I can only assume he thought that he hit him with the paranoia, so that him pushing was really risky, but to just try and TP into that corner, when you know it's Miniboo, like, you know he's going to be in your face, you know he's going to be as far forward as possible, and, like, Mystic definitely expected that play, because there was a pop flash over the top, he counters with paranoia, and then he TPs forward, and it's just, yeah, a gamble, and that gamble didn't even remotely pay off. That's probably the freest opening I think Miniboo's had in a long, long time. And he also didn't have any support.
That's the thing that gets me, Tom. You know, if there's another player there, it makes sense. The trap's worked out for Nats. Claimed him a kill in a second as well. Who knows? If the trap wasn't there, that might have went down differently. But instead, some damage is done. At the end of the day, though, it's not anything noteworthy for the side of Heretics. No. They have got plenty of cash to throw at this, and removing another rifle from Team Liquid is all that they cared about. This buy is going to be pretty miserable from that defensive side, and so far they've struggled even with the best of buys.
But that's the thing, it's like the extra peek there, I actually find, like, yeah, so he's trying to get away. I'm just surprised the TP's forward. That's the thing that surprises me a little bit there, but I guess it's just one of those panic moments that you go, okay, I've got to get out of the stun.
If it worked, if Miniboo was hit by that, if he did slide in, if the TP was a little deeper so Miniboo doesn't see it on the way through, we'd be singing his praises. God tier player, huge play, but it didn't work. This time though, doubling up, not gonna have the paranoia to work with off rip, but it's sent in a little bit later.
It's the same result.
Yeah, exactly the same thing occurs. One player dead for Team Liquid, and Team Heretics sat on a default, sit back with map control, and have a little smile on their face. So plenty of time.
Just to note, in the last series that they played versus BBL, Miniboo had 21 kills. We are in round 9. He already has 10. So I think it might be a different week for him. I think he's performing. Also, he came up against what looked like Prime Kushner, which that's always scary. It's always scary when that guy's in his element. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. Again, though, like, just think about how many openings. I think I can think of one opening kill that has gone the way of Team Liquid. They have 2 rounds on the board. It really isn't going well for them, and they're going to have to try and play from a deficit again, with a lot of their utility already gone. It's only really Enzo that has anything left.
Decent wall bang by Mystic. He had all of that utility used from Heretics to clear this site and confirm that wasn't being spotted from, but spams through the smoke. Ultimately, will claim the kills, and the emerging from the cage. They are all caught. Oh, wow. 3 quick kills in the round is sorted just like that. The question is, can Enzo get exits? Because a 1v4 is too much to ask of almost any player. And he won't get the first even, running into Rian. 7 rounds on the board for Team Heretics. This is their map pick, and, well, it's showing right now.
Yeah, I almost feel like this pause may end up just being how do we not die to Miniboo within the first 5 seconds of the round? Because the thing is, I don't even feel like they're changing a massive amount. They're throwing a pop flash, he's going for a face, there's a dart over the top, sometimes there's a paranoia, they take the same fight, they win it. So if for Heretics, you're going, yeah, keep doing that. Keep doing that. If someone's going to face you each time in a different way, Miniboo's probably going to win that duel, and if he doesn't, there'll be someone there to trade. Whereas for Liquid, I understand the logic of, okay, I want to try and counter this. I want to try and come up with something to beat this guy. I feel like they might have to come up with a completely different idea altogether. Even just having someone on the other side. That's been one of the things that's been a little bit surprising, is they're always fighting from elbow and not A short, which he has to run past.
Yeah, I think the idea, like, in this case, you have the second player doubled up for the initial dive. They were expecting Miniboo to go deeper for the kill, but Kiko peeks out ahead of it, so then they can have the support. And the third player, you're going to have a 4th player on that side of the map just for that setup. Third player standing ready with the paranoia. Obviously, the idea being the second that they get contact, paranoia goes out, both players from elbow can push through, probably Dizzy goes out the window. Oh man, you could have had Kiko pop off with 4 kills. Instead, Kiko gets domed in the head, they run away from the paranoia, and the round is just screwed right off rip. And this is what we've seen a couple times now for Heretics. They just have this steady default, they wait for Liquid to make a mistake, they punish it, and then they move to a site together. It's worked again and again. No need to change it now, but that's a pause for Liquid. And they're going to come in with some new ideas, hopefully, but not a lot to execute them with, Tom, with the pistols. Now, I said you're not going to have 4 players on the A side, Tom. They do this time, but it's
you might as well. An immediate paranoia, though, it's going to slow down Miniboo. Result still the same. At this time, you can kind of forgive it a little bit more because it's just against pistols, but He's not losing this fight. You can put as many people in his way as you want. Miniboo goes elbow, Miniboo gets kill.
It's insane. He's on 14 HP at least. But I don't think we're even close to having a conversation about economical damage on the side of Heretics. There's 2 rounds left to play for. They have got the cash.
The Benji has 7,300 and Wu has 7,000, and they're going to get more at the end of the round.
And Miniboo has ult, and yeah, there's...
Yeah. It's not particularly close. But again, it is just the same setup. The Heretics rinse and repeat, but it works. And that's the thing. When you have a youngster like Miniboo in your team who can execute that kill 9 times out of 10, and then the second guy is Woot, who, I'll be honest, thus far hasn't needed to do that much because plan A has worked. He's got 10 assists. I reckon 5 of them are from that same flash.
Well, 8 of them were in the first, like, 5 or 6 rounds. The guy hasn't had a chance to support his team because it's like, okay, Miniboo take contact, 3 dead, okay. Or 1 dead, reset, flash out onto a site that's already clear, and then in the post plant, they got all the kills.
Then in the post plant, he's like, knife foul.
They're not there, guys. Great. That's what he's had to do. He's playing his role, and his role's kind of boring right now because they're just winning cleanly. You're gonna have to say for the side of Team Liquid, you know, you have Bind up next, your map pick. Maybe we can see some more energy out of that side there, but the reality is, this map, they need a big turnaround, but they had the pause. And Eco has gone by. Didn't go too well, but it is what it is. This is what they will have discussed in the pause. Let's see what the adjustments are.
4 again.
It's still 4 players on A. Can they deal with Miniboo this time? Surely they can. There it is! Opening pick for Team Liquid. Hunter's Fury chasing them down, and it's traded out. Flash is good. Turn the players' eyes away for a moment, and that is a disaster. Enzo got the 1. That player's brought right back up, and the whiff behind leaves them with nothing to fall back on. A devastating display from Team Liquid as Team Heretics.
That was what I wanted to see as well. Just having the player on short to re-peek afterwards and catch them. I'll be honest, I can't believe Heretics did it again. Just so you know, I can't believe that they've just gone towards this elbow position like, was it 4 rounds in a row? They've gone for the same fight. And this time Miniboo dies immediately and they still get out with 4 players.
That's it.
I don't know. I think grab this one up.
The B plan was still to go here. If Miniboo gets a kill, we go there. If Miniboo dies, we go there without him, and we trade him out. And it's worked. And that first kill, beautiful, sure, but
the Hunter's Fury definitely made things more disjointed. But it's this in the. There's 2 players behind, and no one was looking in that direction. And so there had to be something there. That is just Team Liquid whiffing. That's all you could put that down to. Because they had the right setup, the right play, they had the right utility, just need to shoot people in head. And unfortunately, that was the part that failed. They're still going this way.
He's blinded and eventually taken down. Kiko's having a rough day. Let's hope it warms. Well, never mind, he's not going to warm up now. Lying dead and cold on the floor, so is everyone else. Again, they've killed Miniboo, and it's just been overrun. Yup, he's got to get out. Oh, there's a shock dart kill to even up the numbers. It might even be winnable with the shot through the smoke. Woot, down and out, but no return.
And it's solo. It's the solo play. Nats tries to chase down that kill and instead ends up giving another 1v1. And Benji wins it from a position that they actually managed to turn it to winnable. Now just comes down to a 1v2 for Yumpy. Now, one of the rounds they've won already was based off him forcing Heretics to lose to time. See if he can do anything in this scenario. The problem is, look how passive the remainder are. He's got to try and clear nigh on everything. They are waiting to see if he rotates around the flank because, of course, you're going to play your post plants from this position. Just look to bait out that time, a smoke to even section off an angle, and you can see Yumpy is trying to clear every single angle that is possibly available to him, but at this point, that timer is going to start ticking down. They know it as well as we do that he's going to be towards that spike. Boo almost giving things away, but it doesn't matter. He wins the duel anyway. A 10-2 Heretics, as said last week, definitely didn't go to plan, but this is looking like a different beast.
It absolutely is, Tom. 10 rounds on the attack side. Say what you will about this setup and how it could perform at getting behind Benji, making his life awkward, all those sort of points we made earlier. It kind of goes out the window. Kiko's had one of the worst halves that we've seen from him in terms of potential, in terms of whiffs as well. Like, this has been a rough start. And if you imagine the sides turning and it changing, that's a tight turnaround, man. Maybe they'll get the ball rolling, and I think the real hope for me, Tom, is that they can get that ball rolling enough that they pick up some speed, some momentum coming into Bind, because right now it looks like Heretics are just a better squad after that first half.
Yeah, you don't see many teams lose from 10-2 up.
Right. Don't see many teams make those comebacks either, Tom.
No, that's true. Maybe Liquid can be on the other side of the coin this time around, but they've got a lot to do. And they're up against, as I said, I think a very competent Sunset team. I'm not surprised, even after losing it last week, that Heretics have been happy to come back into this map, especially one that we haven't seen Liquid play since kickoff. And that was a narrow victory. Oh no, sorry, a narrow loss to Koi. So they've got themselves an afterplan, a position that's definitely winnable. They need this pistol.
That they absolutely do. The aggression hasn't worked out with Kiko falling as well. Down goes Nats, and like dominoes, these players one by one. Starts with the first, and now we're left with the last. Just Mystic, 1 versus 3, spamming through his smoke, but those bullets come right back at him, and the defuse is in with a little bit of time to spare. Another pistol found. Heretics 11-2 up. And it's difficult to imagine the comeback without that pistol, forced by almost inevitable.
Wu has 17 assists now. Like, it's just going up and up. Like, I feel like this round was basically just him, like, just running around. We know exactly what this guy could do on an individual level. As said, thus far in the match, it wasn't really needed, but I genuinely think he's got most of those assists from just throwing that same pot flash out on to elbow. I think it's just, hey, this assist thing's really easy. Just keep throwing this flash.
I love playing KO.
Well, a leaf out of their opponent's book is going to be a push in the direction of elbow. Yeah, it's weird. He's ecoed everyone else's force ball.
Yeah, you don't see that every day. I'll tell you that. He's going for another flash assist. That one hasn't quite panned out. Team Liquid a little slower on taking the space. Not the normal carry on whenever you see these lighter weapons, but it might bait Heretics into taking some over-aggressive peaks. Perhaps that's the hope. You see them waiting for a flash to come through, playing behind the walls to swing right after. He's out of flashes, so that's not going to happen. No point of contact there. Finding space here. Difficult challenge. Heretics are ready for it. They were thinking about re-aggressing. They've decided not to. And they'll just keep, oh no, now the re-aggression is coming in off the paranoia. They see nothing. This could be where the trap is finally sprung with much patience, but not much reward. Okay, Nats gets 2, but look how low those players are that remain. And at 11-2, we're not talking about damage. You gotta win the round. They have to pull this back from this position, and okay, Enzo does well to drop Rienz, but still 2 more to go. Still the spike to be planted.
But these two as well are the safe pair of hands, aren't they? It's Boo and Benji. You can't see them making mistakes. I don't think he has anywhere near enough time to run to the B side. He's just trying to clear some of these positions, but in the meantime, they're aggressing. It's a little bit disjointed, but it doesn't even matter. Boo wins that fight anyway. 12-2. Close to an incredibly dominant map for Team Heretics, and I do think after this one, it might be back to the drawing board for Liquid and their Sunset.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, Tom. You might be coming in with some fresh ideas next time around because, well, this has been fast and fresh. That's what it's all about. And for Heretics, look, you can see it in how they win that previous round. There's barely an emotion to be seen on that stage. At this point, it's just another day at the office. 12-2. Right here. Barely a hiccup on this map so far, and now the chance to close it out. Another mixed bag of buys because Team Liquid force bought previous round. Nats is able to get a rifle thanks to his eco at least. But that's about where the positives start to fall off. And I actually see Nats going for an individual play. If he goes down, this rifle is lost. And look at the setup from Heretics. They're so ready for this. One player A, they've got a setup on B to cover each angle, and they're double stacked on the single place. Team Liquid are thinking about sending it. In fact, as the smoke fades, that's Nats going forward and right into the waiting arms of Mini Boo. No chance to recover that weapon without a lot of risks being taken. And while this is a death sentence.
Mystic was set up to throw out a paranoia, but it never got thrown. So then he ends up getting caught by the dart because he's setting up a paranoia. This seems so messy at the moment from Liquid, and we're just fighting one by one. The trades have not gone too badly. They've done a lot of damage, but even still, they've taken so much in return. A 3v4. I don't know. I think we just go on to the next one.
You have to. Yeah, mentally, that's where we're at. Let's see if Liquid can pull us back in. 10 rounds in a row, 4v3, low HP on 2 players, not even rifles to play with, just the one. Big play needed by Enzo. Big mistake needed by Team Heretics, and it's not going to happen. The first is found. Elbow spotted, taken down. Now 4v1 with 25 HP, and the last shot finally finds its mark. That is a 13-2 start for Heretics in this series, and a fantastic debut from the young gun of Woot.
Yeah, he had an absolute field day. He's up there with the assists, and I'm sure he's got way more to show than that, but it is back to the regular season when it comes to Heretics, and honestly, we need a response in the next map for Team Liquid.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy.
Bang! Nice! Bang! Nice! Bang! Let's go! Bang! That's what we need! Bang! Nice! Bang! Yes! Bang!
That is what they need indeed. Team Heretics, they came to play. What a dominant start of their day. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Kakuka. That was so fast.
Yeah, exactly.
So fast.
I think that that has to be the most dominant win that we have seen so far this year, at least here in EMEA. That was surprising. We had a lot of questions. How is Wood going to be playing with the rest now that he's feeling in Paradix shoes with such little time actually to prepare just himself? And it was flawless, I'd say.
Honestly, I felt kind of iconic that he was team flashing a little bit. I feel like if you don't team flash, you're not doing your job right. But the assists was crazy. He had so many.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the KO knife, like it gives you a little bit of a free ones, but also it's that kind of edge that it was given them to perform like this. And I think this round's number 11 sums up everything that we saw during the first half. As Tom was mentioning, Team Heretics was not discovering the wheel. They were doing exactly what they have been doing in the past. And Team Liquid, even though time after time they were trying to shut them down, not even with 4 players defending on A, they could do a micro that could actually stop what Team Heretics had planned for this sunset.
I feel like this round just summed up the entire game. All you have to do is watch this round. I mean, they won 2 pistols, 9 first kills, 9 first kill conversion, 10 plant conversion as well.
Yeah.
I feel like, Kakuka, if you're having a day like this, there's very, very little you can do against that as Liquid.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And the homework was also pretty easy for Liquid. Like, number 1 has to be shut down Minibu, right? You shut him down, you do not allow him to get comfortable, and then the rest will slowly but surely crumble. But they attempted, but they didn't manage to do it with the change of composition.
Yeah, Bind will be up next, but first we got Miniboo here in the AIM Labs warm-up as well. Of course, Heretics, they picked Sunset. We knew they were going to do well there, but what about Bind? How is Miniboo going to do on Bind, do you think?
It might be a surprise. Maybe we know the Team Liquid changed their composition for Sunset in preparation for today. Okay, it didn't work, it didn't go very well, but maybe Team Heretics is also willing to change something. In my opinion, maybe they shouldn't. I think that Wood's being so confident and so comfortable also on that KO for that first showing is going to give them exactly what they need. I mean, the kid can shoot. What can you do?
I still think we're going to get a map 3. I really do. As I said with my fun fact, Heretics, they always win their map pick. And Liquid seems to always be winning their map pick as well. And also, it feels like last map was one of those maps you can just mentally go, GG, go next. Didn't work out, but let's try and get them back on Bind.
I think that especially for Liquid this year, there have been a lot of those situations. Remember that at the same time, this is a team that is just recovering right now from a 13-2. They also were in the losing game. Yeah, exactly. Like they lost a 10-2 lead. So sometimes things just do not work out for Team Liquid. That doesn't mean that they are out and dusted. I think that they can do so much in this Bind, that they can adapt. But that's the other part of it. Are they going to adapt into the Euro Astra? What is going to be their approach shutting down Team Heretics, if Team Heretics can even be expected to be the same?
This is the thing. Teams have felt like they've been really comfortable changing things from week to week.
Yeah.
Did you like the Gecko? Did you feel like maybe it didn't work out?
I get the intention. To me, I think that also the last round was a prime example of a team being confident and comfortable with the composition. The way the Team Heretics was able to regain all that space onto mid means that they were comfortable. Team Liquid, on the other hand, not so much.
Well, the Gecko is great pick here. It makes a lot more sense that they're going to play Harbor Viper.
Yeah, Harbor Viper. I mean, double controller it is just a little bit different. Yambi's also going to be moving on to that KO, and Wood, instead of playing on the KO, he's gonna go for the Sky. So of course I think there's going to be differences. Boo is decided on the Omen, so no Astra to be seen. The Yoru is going to be a very, very important part. But Team Liquid starting on the attack. Mistake. We saw a couple of missteps when it came to Bind. For this attack, he has to be crucial. He has to be helping Enzo a lot. And I think that also Nats has to be very, very mindful of his utility.
Are we sure this is a Bind? Agent select Kakuka, this is very off meta.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that especially the things that we've learned from Na'Vi, especially on this map with the Gecko KO, the amount of utility that you have to swamp onto side has to give Team Liquid the same comfort that Team Heretics was able to find on Sunset with such a dominant first half.
Yeah, they get to start on defense this time around as well for Heretics, which feels like might be okay for Liquid.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that they have to take it one step at a time. Team Heretics probably, once they're seeing this composition, they might interpret that something has changed, that they have to adapt on the fly. But just based also on the fact that they changed the composition and more so adapted it to Wood being here, I think that they also come with a plane of their own. And now mentally, the ones that have to recover are Liquid. They are the ones that are going to come with a new plan, with a new composition, and everything has to fall into place if they want to even take this to a map number 3.
I mean, we questioned some of that potential synergy differences with Butch coming in. I love to see what they have cooked up with that Yoru Sky double flash combination, especially considering they got about 5 million wars that they have to flash past as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be very interesting also how he measures the utility and when to use it, right? Because with the KO knife, it's not the same. I think that at some point they're going to regret not having the KO in this specific occasion, because with so much important utility on the hands of Liquid, it could be such an important part, right? Of them, the possibility of them going into the game and then being like, well, maybe, just maybe we shouldn't swap this one thing, because this other agent would have given us so much more versatility and impact onto the round.
I mean, you said about how Liquid probably changed their Sunset comp as a direct counter to what Heretics like to do. What about these changes here? Why do you think they made the Viper Harbor?
I think that they're understanding that the game is a bit different to what it used to be, that they need to adapt on the fly and they need to show strength, right? Team Liquid is not a team full of new players, new faces that we're seeing incoming on the tier 1. No, this team has things to prove. They cannot just be average. They need to be trendsetters. They need to be recognizable for their playstyle. They need to leave a mark wherever they go. And so far, they have not been achieving that. So maybe trying to get these compositions and a new look onto things, try and pick up here and there what works from other teams might help them get the edge.
Well, on Sunset, it didn't work out that well, but let's see what they got cooking up on Bind. Mitch and Tom, what do you make of this?
Well, I'm very excited to see this. It's been a while since Woot. We mentioned all the agents that he plays. It's been like 10 months since we got to see a Sky out of him, and testing his support ability. Well, after that last map on the KO, it's easy to do that with the ults. Here on the Sky, I'm excited, Tom. This could be really good with the double flashes on Mini Boot.
Yeah, the thing is, I do agree with you. I think I'm looking forward to seeing what Heretics will do, but I'm actually just more worried for Liquid. Yeah. Like, I think that's a more important thing, because I think Heretics, even in the last map, I don't think they had to play even close to their skill ceiling to beat Liquid. So I'm now looking at Liquid and going, are you going to turn up today? Like, are we going to see Kiko hopefully play much better on the Raze? I think it's a more comfortable pick for him, but it looks like they're going to be challenged almost immediately, as already it will be the force back as Heretics have to fall back.
A little bit of map control fought for Mystic on the Harbor. Didn't have a great debut here, but we've heard a lot of good things about it in scrims and in compositions. This is a tactic they've practiced. Enzo's been isolated with a spike. The rest of the team had teleported, and the man left behind had the most important piece of the puzzle. Now Liquid have to go to the other side of the map. It's quite a trek all the way over here.
Liquid?
And, well, they have to fight B-Long against pretty much the entirety of Heretics. Not ideal, Tom, to start with.
I would say as far from ideal as you could probably get.
Suboptimal.
Yeah. This is not going to be easy for them to retrieve. And I think they're almost going to have to win the round before they get that spike back.
Yeah, probably. And I think they've made the right call here as well, splitting in towards Hookah so they can at least dive out and Team Liquid can crunch these players on long, but this is something Heretics are aware of. They're not silly. Rienz is left behind to watch this, and so a bit of a challenge for him. Already, though, they've caught the player up in the air. Looks like Kiko will hold on to life, but the rest of Team Liquid are the ones that are falling before Kiko gets isolated. And sure, they've got the spike back, and they can run it over to A. But look, Tom, with 4 players alive,
Benji.
they've already got someone waiting. Benji just around the corner with 14 seconds left. That should be the round cemented. In fact, if Mystic won this one, we would have to take him off the stage.
Yeah, he would need some pretty impressive mechanics / gaming chair to be able to pull that one off. But no, it's going to be another 3K for Woot in a pistol, and that is a pistol round that I'm almost certain Liquid will want to forget. And as I said, like that's the worry I have. It's not even down to whether or not Heretics are going to play to like the best of their ability, or whether Woot is going to be good enough. Like it's literally after that first map, Liquid are going to show up, because that's again just another catastrophic error within 30 seconds of the game.
Yeah, I think for my mental health, I was coming in saying, you know what, Team Liquid will just bounce out playing the normal game. That was a hiccup. They made some adjustments to counter Heretics that didn't work out, that we couldn't really see the idea behind on the desk. And well, yeah, you couldn't see the execution behind it either. Now, they come into a map that they're ready for, comp they're ready for, and they should be on their 2 feet stably. Well, that was about as unstable of a start to a map as you can see with the spike drop. Now, they've got pistols to try and make this work up against the big guns. And then round 3, that's where we get back into the real meat and potatoes of the game. For Liquid, they've done well to isolate some close range angles, but again, the problem is Team Heretics have won every duel that they've gone for, looking into the previous map, and they're not taking these fights alone.
Yeah, they've been good in these scenarios.
Standing ahead.
Trading effectively, not taking too many very risky fights. And while for now at least it's just going to be down to Mystic, even a kill here would be nice. Just try and do some form of damage. And well, he is going to be able to take out 2. Very nicely done. On to just 4 HP, so you have to think that's all she wrote. All right, Boo, they're just predicting exactly where he's going to go. But honestly, in a 1v5, he's done well there.
Yeah, I mean, he did well, sure. But we need so much more for Team Liquid before we can start writing home about them. This is a round that carries a lot of weight with it, Tom, because the snowball of the previous map starts to come into play. If this was map 1, do I expect to see Spike isolated, that kind of chaos on B-Long? Well, no, I don't expect to see that anytime, to be honest. But you can understand, after such a devastating beginning, things can be shaky. And Team Liquid need to get right back on that horse here and now. As we said, rifles coming through, but Team Heretics have some ideas of early aggression. 3 players off B, long, fast flashes. They compete for this orb, and Boo grabs 1 for free on Kiko. After all those spams coming in, a lot of the damage is going to be healed back up by Woot. And no surprise to anyone, it's another very successful early round for Team Heretics.
Yeah, similar to the last map. They've got that opener, and now it has to be Liquid trying to fight back. Now, at least they do still have some weaponry advantages. Benji is left with just a pistol to play with. Guardians, Bulldogs, it's still slightly favored, but with personnel on the other side. Miniboo also now has his ultimate as well, so he could use that just to try and get some extra information. And look how many players already here. This is very telegraphed. That information is going to be grasped as they spot pretty much every single player. It's only the lurk on the other side that could cause them problems. And they've already managed to deny that plant. It's going to have to be a fight back in. And Miniboo actually still got one there.
I don't know how, coming out of his ult that quickly. They know there's 2 players towards mid. They're not sure about Bat, though. That could be the element of surprise for Nats, as he's already dropped Benji Fishy. And that space to plant the spike finally achieved. That wave wall disappearing. And now the Reckoning comes into play. It's barely even needed, though. Woot's pulsing body is all that it gives away, as he'd already been dropped. A clean way back through for Team Liquid. Even after losing the opening pick, that's more of what we wanted to see.
Yeah, I think a better mid-round from them. Just being able to adapt on the fly. The timing of them pushing the smokes was pretty good as well to be able to take some of those fights, but it is the first round on a road to many. And even then, there still looked like there were moments where that could have easily slipped in the other direction. Of course, for Heretics, still going to be coming in with the purchase here. By the looks of it, we might even get an attack side outlaw. I wonder if the attempt here is going to be to fight B long. It does look like that's where Enzo is starting, just because that has been a real pressure point already, and we're just heading into round 4.
Well, the default spread by Team Liquid almost got exploited. I see Miniboo walking down back. He made a couple of steps as well, and Nat's actually heard them, so he's gone back. This is delaying the attack slightly, but they're just looking for opportunities. That wall that's up towards A meant to rob them of info, but Team Heretics are grouping up on it right now. 3 players around that spot. Contemplating the TP crunch that's now come through. Kiko down and out, and the immediate gate crash means that Miniboo's ready to fight on A, so they kind of quicken the pace to take advantage of those teleported players and even dropping Benji. Now they might think the site is clear, or at least much lighter in defense. Miniboo's opportunity to strike once that wave wall goes down again.
Spike planted.
But there's a few seconds left on it, and he's just tucking away, keeping the space.
I think with an advantage already held, didn't really need to aggress, but he has gone down. Levels things for Liquid. Looking like another scenario where Heretics could just work off their advantages, but that fight has given things back into a winnable occasion. And very passive holds as well. It does make it a little bit easier though for them to isolate one of these fights. The spam isn't really going to be the bigger problem for Heretics here. It's mainly those afterplants in terms of utility, and there's still snake bites to go. Nats, though, is left all on his lonesome, and he's just sticking that defuse all the way. He's managed to just get it while he was going on. It looked like it was going to be a round for Liquid, but instead it's gone the other way.
Well, even in the rounds that seem set up for victory, Tom, it can always fall apart, and that snake bite not chipping away enough damage. The wide angle on the defuse. This was beautiful. Not just the play through the teleporter, but the team keep back, and they didn't get the reward for it. Very nicely punished by Mystic, but in the end, it comes down to these duels that leave Nats in such an awkward position to try to get that done.
It's so close.
You can see, I mean, I don't know if we'll ever get a timer on that one, but it was incredibly close. Even if he fired the second he saw him. 3-1. Yeah. Round 5 sees pistols, or a pistol in the hands of Enzo, but they're still able to muster some rifles across the board. Heretics have some weaknesses, so to speak, but sometimes those are strengths on a map like this. The judge on Benji Fishy in particular.
Especially with him being able to potentially get a kill and just fall back. You have to hope there's going to be something sent in. They're just going to try and walk this. It's not going to be easy for him to get away with anything. In fact, it's okay, an interesting spike position. It's got caught in the wall. They should be able to retrieve it.
Floating in the air. Well, luckily no longer. It's come back down to earth. Spike retrieved, but damage done to Mystic will linger later on into the round, and the drone coming through spots them. Good information to play with. Seekers doubling up to cement the positions of these players in case that drone didn't see them. Gate crash from Miniboo sent out towards the A site. He can play up into heaven later on, and that is a big benefit for this squad, being able to hunker down on the site they expect the take to come in and then rotate later. And the push, as we can see, is on its way. The mosh on site will force them into some awkward positions. Woot has to swing wide, but still free from this position, single-handedly stopping the push of Liquid. And with 30 health left on Mystic, I don't think he's going for this one.
It's the Turkish aim. He is the truth. He is the promised. Like, the one this man is able to do. We just said it at the beginning of the game. Like, in terms of raw ability, he's the player from the tier 2 that everyone wanted. And it's just headshot after headshot for Woot. Absolute filth on his first day of the stage, and he's 9-2.
This is the thing, Tom. Well, what was Liquid's idea here? Okay, mosh pit over the top. It lands on site. You know the player inside has to peek you. If anything, if we had their comms, I think that's the call. He has to peek. He has to peek. Sure, he does, but he ain't gonna lose those fights. Absolutely gorgeous. And a special shout out to Rienz as well, combining beautifully with the recon to give that extra information. No doubt that helped out in the 3rd kill that we saw. The 4th, sheer ridiculous confidence out of Woot. 9-2 debuting. And Tom, one of the things that we said was on this stage, nerves can kick in. And for players like Woot, he's in the danger zone. It turns out it was Team Liquid that were riding in that danger zone all along, because they've not been doing well. And a timeout called already. Remember, they burnt theirs up early in the last map, and there wasn't a lot to say about them.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, again, you have to go back to people who might not have seen Woot before. You're going to very quickly realize why every sort of analyst, every sort of commentator is sat there going, nah, just wait. just wait. Like, the Turkish broadcasts have been saying it for ages. They've been watching this kid just light up. And the thing is, it was sad for Ascension last year because Fireflux were the team that everybody was waiting for. Like, they had players like Yedaje, who we're now seeing thrive in Foot as well. Like, it was a really solid team. Unfortunately, it just didn't make it through the sort of strength of what was Turkey, even if the expectation was there. But it's so good to see him on this stage, and it's so good to see exactly what he could do. Crisp headshots to give them that round, and now, wow. They said last round they managed to at least get a buy on the board. Liquid are in much more trouble this time out. Sure, they have an ult or two, but they've already tanked the shock dart. I think Kiko's almost dead. He's not even seen anyone.
Yeah.
So's Yumpy.
He was bitten by a few things, not just the shock dart, but even the Trailblazer comes up after. So all the information is there to play with. Team Heretics have a problem brewing, and that players are going to the other side. Nats is dead. Yeah, no way out. It was only him that was spotted, and the drone was super close inside the smoke, so there could be other players there, but we see the gate crash again up top. It's on its way over towards the B site. This is going to represent an early rotation, potentially, for the side of Heretics. They've spotted players, so Miniboo immediately comes in to help. And for Liquid, no matter where they go, they'll be running into the brute force of Heretics with pistols in hand, with low HP on Kiko and Yumpy. It seems to be a formality. They will need a miracle to make this one worth. But they could make it costly. The TP to A, well, Tom, the hope here is that they've rotated. And we can see quite plainly that Rienz alongside Benji Fishy are in position.
Yeah, they might not even expect Rienz, because the thing is, Benji is firing snake bites just immediately, almost making them assume that there might not be anybody here. They're going to hear the flash go off. They're just running to their death at this stage. Again, any kills they can get would be nice, and well, the ace has been stolen away from Benji right at the end. It would have been a nice way to close out an eco round, and Andaluthia flawless, but the main thing for them, excusing who got the kills, is the fact that they're just going to keep their finances off the chart.
That's it. As we said, damage was a question, but one we didn't expect a favorable answer to come through from Team Liquid. That shock dart did a lot. But at the end of the day, just clean setup. Rienz needed to do barely anything with how quick Benji was on those flicks. The only player that survived his wrath was the one hiding behind a wall. 5-1. Round 7 sees ultimates for Team Liquid. Viper's Pit, Thrash, Showstopper online. That's a lot to work with on the attack, and somehow Miniboo picks up the opening again. In comes the Showstopper. Will it find value to one blast pack left? There's a player in its sights, and Boo goes down.
Yeah, again, leveling things up. Ultimates are in a pretty decent spot for Liquid here. Could use that Viper's Pit, then get into the post bar. Instead, though, Nat's actually the furthest back. So it doesn't look like that ult's going to come into play. He's going to be able to avoid this drone, though. Rienz goes down. A huge pick that makes this much more awkward. It seems like they're also waiting for the secondary flank timing, though. It's going to be everything. If Mystic turns around, he's got a huge opportunity here. So many players just waiting. He's immediately going to take one down, but they're there to trade. Unfortunately, goes for the high HP player. Wanted to get rid of that Thrash. Even still, though, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all, because Will is just making his name heard.
Well, another little fake out from Team Heretics. Last time we thought Rienz was going to be the big player, and it was Benji. This time, Benji gets a flank on 4, picks up 1 kill, and it's looking like there's a chance for Team Liquid after this disastrous flank. This guy is ridiculous. Even gets blinded at the end. Miniboo desperately trying to get himself a kill, but you can't stop Woot. He's 12-2. And for Team Liquid, call a pause if you want. I don't know what you say about that.
Oh, you might be looking at one of the best ever debuts of the VCT. Like, it truly is just ridiculous. You can see it on Benji's face. I think in his mind, he was probably like, I might have just lost us that round because I didn't get as much as I could have. He got Woo. It genuinely doesn't matter.
You did good.
Odin on the attack side, it's something that not many will try, but Enzo always will. And at this point, you know, everything else hasn't been working, so you might as well give it a go.
Desperate times, Tom. Desperate times, and we're definitely seeing desperate measures. The tag up even onto Enzo. Yoden makes it a bit easy. No way to follow up on it, but they know there's players here. Obviously, with the Viper's Pit down, you're expecting it. There's at least 2 in bat. That's the info they have to work with. 59 seconds on the clock. Mid, pitted off by Team Heretics. Benji has that control, but they don't have the info. That's what Miniboo has got a mask in front of him for. The other dimension calling to him as he'll now go through and clear this pit. 1 spotted, 2, and he's body blocked, but he'll see 3 eventually. The shoot meat comes in, but Rian's got to be careful of the decay. Be back out, and this is them cemented in their positions. Now that gate crash going into spawn has been spotted. In fact, you even have Kiko going back to spot it and kill Miniboo when he attempts it. It was a ballsy play, but one that hasn't paid off. They've got 1 less player on the site, and Rienz is 1 HP. He is decayed down and taken easily. Oh, that's an awkward spray, and Benji, he's a genius.
For 1.
For 1. He almost got more. I mean, he heard the second player.
Yeah,
I don't know how he suspected it, but then he turns and gets shot in the face. It's, you know, it is what it is.
Well, it looks like this one's going a little bit better for Liquid, being able to isolate some of these players. Woo is feeling confident enough to put the Seekers in. He's going to take down Mystic. This should be an impossible round, and thankfully Nats is going to make sure of it. Doesn't allow anything more. You can see how confident this guy is at the moment, and the Odin spraying through is going to put Liquid with a second round on the board. They committed quite a lot to this one, but it was worth it just to get that over the line.
Well, that's it, yeah, to double up the rounds at the end of the day, Tom. You've got that Odin still in play. That's maybe one of the concerns. You got Miniboo flanked, spotted, and taken down, which is always good to see. The fact that they're able to bypass Benji because he's focused on the site, 2 players coming up behind. But the Odin here, really, this is for spamming. This is for post-plant, for playing through the pit when everybody's on 1 HP.
And 100% of his kills are with Odins. That's exactly what you want, Mitch.
Well, this is it. If anything, this is proof that the Vandal shouldn't be played anymore. Get the Phantom out of the game. This is the only one that you need.
Yeah, if you want to go 1 and 7,
use a Phantom. You go 0 and 7. There you go.
Well, they're back on the board again. They've still got that Odin in play. Operator up for Miniboo. Of course, he's going to have the ability to rotate very quickly back over to the other side of the map, although his TP has just faded outside the A site. You can see this execute being built in. And the late lurk of Nats, it could be problematic. No, he's going to win that fight. Maybe Miniboo facing back. That will be 1. And this time now they're starting to shut down these individual plays. Woot tries to make a play through the smoke on his own. And because of that, this round is already over.
Yeah, Heretics have made the call. They're bailing back from the site. A very quick play from the side of Team Liquid. And one that they don't run into any hitches on. Woot and Miniboo, the 2 big dangers, dropped immediately. And Tom, that's not one that we've seen to be a repeatable strategy so far from Team Liquid. They got this in a couple rounds, literally 2 on Sunset. And any of the rounds where they picked off Miniboo, it was an immediate loss handed to them in return.
It also seems like the last few rounds, Woot has gone for God plays in every single round. He's succeeded twice, he's now failed twice. I think Liquid is starting to get away, like, okay, we just have to watch the smokes, we have to be ready. And they're starting to adapt to some of the risks that are being taken. Even still, though, looking like they should keep 3 weapons alive. Yumpy almost managing to take out Rians, but it isn't to be. And by the looks of it, we might be getting ourselves a pause here for the side of Heretics. I think maybe just not wanting to allow this one to get too far out of control.
I think it's the right call. Steady the ship in these moments. Liquid are starting to creep up a bit. They've already bested their score on the last map. And it's early days, no pistol under their belt either. It's a more competitive one for sure. But with a player like Woot sitting 13 and 4, Miniboo yet to be really activated, and Benji already showing that he's not just scary on a Cypher, an agent that we almost saw the entire comp of Liquid trained to beat on the previous map. Not efficiently, but they didn't get to really have their attack side get started either. But this pause in Heretics, like I say, steady the ship, get them back on track. And I guess refine any of those future, because a lot of the early plays have been grabbing the information and going for the flanks, getting players behind them, threading the needle. Benji managing to sneak his way all the way down B. And there's a question at this point, coming into the last 3 rounds, do you want to keep up those risks and potentially give away picks? Because remember, that kind of aggression did end up getting punished with Miniboo trying to make it into their spawn on the gate crash and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Seems like Team Liquid are a little bit more on their toes now.
Yeah, as I said, even in the last round, you see Woot try and make a very early play to catch them as they get into the site rather than waiting for the retake. So it might just be a moment where, like, the coach, Neozinio, is just seeing a few players getting a bit ahead of themselves. You go, okay, let's calm it down. We're in the lead, but we don't want to allow Liquid back into the game because they could definitely turn it. They can definitely turn it back on. It's been a very slow start for them, especially on map 1. but they've definitely got the caliber of players things can change.
Keep that defensive side set up on B. Yoru's got a clone inside hookah and a TP. Deep flashing as well for information. And the idea here, you fake them out with the decoy, TP in, maybe on the back of double flashes, and that is your control to take. Team Liquid won't be walking into that setup though. They've gone towards the A site. Maybe we'll see that in one of the future rounds on hookah. For now, it's a straight spam through the smoke, taking down Enzo, and leaving them without that Gecko utility for later on. As well as that, the spike will not be planted, the denial coming through as the little guy is now out of the round.
Yeah, the problem is as well, Benji has managed to reclaim Shower's control, so that's something that's going to be fought for. It's whether or not Nats actually predicts him, and that late round could be denied completely. Obviously, you want to have any utility available, although Nats doesn't have much to play with. Benji's position is perfect, and now giving them a further advantage. The aggression, he's completely blind! Just pre-fired while sprinting forward. Eventually traded out, but now it's left all optimistic. Needs to go huge, and again, the trades are there for Heretics. And this is the thing, when they get in those advantages, when they get into those retakes, that's where this team have been sublime.
Well, that's it. We saw it on their attack as well on the previous map. It's the ability to group up as a team. Once they get on the same page and approach things together, that's nasty. They don't lose. They haven't been losing. 7-3 right now.
Just can't even see a thing.
And yeah, that's the thing to remember, right? On our broadcast, when a player gets flashed, you see the symbol on your screen, but you can still see. They can't see a damn thing. But he knows the map.
That's when you have confidence in your teammate. Like, he throws a flash that blinds you completely, and you're like, he blinded the other guy. I'm going to keep going.
He got it. If you can't see me and I can't see you, that's a fair fight. Well, not if you're Woot, I suppose. It's still stacked towards him. Unbelievable debut from this guy. But yeah, it is against the Team Liquid that are showing some issues, showing some signs of falling apart here. And I like it. The same setup again. We said we might get it tested by Team Liquid. And it does look like there's going to be quite a bit of presence thrown towards here just from Kiko. There's the TP, the flashes, and the decoy. But it hasn't got them anything. It's a little bit preemptive. And if anything, a good play from Team Liquid early to rob them of some of that big utility.
Yeah, I definitely like the setup though. With the paranoia, it's very cool. But instead, they're going to try this again. Falling back. Rian's going for some of the same pre-fires into the site and utility to try and clear the backline. Same result. Same guy. It's going to cause them problems of getting into the afterplant. That removes the easier options. Utility be sending through. This time they're going to isolate Benji, though. A good adaptation from the side of Liquid to pick that man off. And Kiko starting to come alive a little bit in this round, but it could very easily fall apart. Even still, though, Boo on the other side. A 1v2, he was waiting in case they TP'd. Now he has a long road back into the round.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the rotation. What a play it would have been if they just repositioned, and many teams would. But now Team Liquid hunker down. 2 rounds left to play for, and this one could be so valuable for them.
Yeah.
At least put another on the board. Boo not looking to save this weapon. He wants to get in, get involved, but he's conscious. These players could be absolutely anywhere, and the time is ticking away. Bit by bit, slowly running down. He hopes he can catch them off guard, but as we can see, they're in good position, staring straight at him. And it's Nats to find that kill, putting another on the board for Team Liquid. The gap is now down to 3. It's manageable. They want to close out this last round, put themselves in a good fighting spot for the next half.
Yeah, big round from Kiko especially. Finding them the openers definitely made a big difference to being able to get into the site because they struggled to clear Rians. And I also like the adaptation to isolate Benji. As said, last round, he gets to hold on to Shower's control, takes out Nats. They don't have him alive in the late round, which is where Nats a lot of the time will do his best work. Getting rid of Benji has been a struggle, but they succeeded in that last round. Early pop flash, same fight we saw in the previous, but this time they're going to force them back with utility and actually claim a lot of ground.
Oh, Heretics aren't giving it up, but, well, let's say without a fight, because Rian's has gone down, and now Boo has to second guess sticking around that angle. The rotates begin. And look, expect a gate crash to be left behind. I glance at the hood. Mini Boo has none left. No quick rotations for him. Woot's on his way over. Has Seekers, but he's not going to use them. They've heard the players coming. Oh, the knife. It's delaying some of the utility, leaving them in the open, and Kiko's easily able to punish. Spike plant could be undeniable this time, but I see Woot running around on this side angle. I'm getting worried. He has the info to play with. The wall will keep him locked out for just a moment longer, and the Tiger gives away his position. But they've all ran back. The post plant set up in full effect. The Thrash coming through. And that's actually going to delay them a little bit, cause some problems, or pull them into Woot, giving a chance for another kill. Team Heretics, though, in a 2 versus 4, both players in known positions. And Liquid shouldn't be giving this one away. That time already ticking quite quickly. Miniboo, the last man standing, won't have a chance, and this one will be a 7-5 half, short of a miracle.
Yeah, no, there's absolutely no time for them to play with. It will be 7-5. Good resurgence in the end from Liquid. This was a game, again, that looked like it was going to just completely slip away from them. But getting 4 of the last 5 rounds, seeing some of the individuals in the form of Nats wake up, Kiko wake up as well, and ultimately being able to deny Woot from just having an almost flawless half. He's still 16-7, an absurd stat line for someone playing their first match within the VCT. But either way, we now have to see if Liquid can continue that run. Especially with, they struggled, didn't they, in the pistol rounds? I don't think they've won one yet.
I think you could be right, yeah. I think last map, no, actually I'm certain last map was both pistols going towards Heretics, and I think a lot of that blame lands on the shoulders of Woot. This guy has been popping off, what, 2 out of 3 pistol rounds? He's got a 3K so far.
Yeah, that's true.
He's not quiet by any means, 16-7 right now. A chance here to extend that stat line from what we've seen in the past. Team Liquid on the defense, 3 players on B. Your Viper wall is coming into position to block out the retake on B to get you back in on the retake. But the fight has come in. A site, Miniboo on his way through with the flash, and it's going to be Woot, the first to fall. He is finally dropped in a pistol. The return swings towards Liquid by a narrow margin. The low ammo catches Nats off guard. Boo, Rienz, and Benji Fishy full control over the site, and they're tucked in to play this one together.
Mystic's going to try to isolate some of the angles. Still got Shock Dart available for Rienz. A perfect flash from Young P, but the trade is immediate. However, Enzo's there. The IGL leading by example. They've got themselves their first pistol under their belt, as it will be just 1 the difference now between them and Heretics.
Well, that's a much better look from this squad. And honestly, it just comes down to kill and move. That's all you need to do. So much more in Enzo running through 14 HP and being able to find both of those kills. That could represent him with a little fire lit under. That was Enzo doubling up on his frags so far. The whole first half concentrated into just 1 round.
So you should play either an Odin or a Ghost.
I reckon he's got some karma to make up for honestly. Every smoke, just start popping shots through it, because he was domed on the way through a bunch of times with no vision.
Yeah, Rienz might have more kills through smoke than he has not through smoke.
That actually might be true.
There we go, though. Expectations for this round for Heretics, very low. And again, any damage they can do could be a problem. Kiko looking a little bit different on the cam.
Looking good, actually. All their players are looking good today.
They are. They're all. You would say you have a crush on all of them.
They're just so beautiful. Every single one. Well, opening shot from Kiko. Almost no reaction in his player cam, but he has managed to find one. As Team Heretics close the distance, and apparently you can hip fire this weapon, but it's in the hands of Kiko. You can at least. 3 players survive for Liquid, and the scoreline tied up 7-7.
Yeah, big round from him. Still a few weapons dropped along the way, so not going to be too clean, but enough that they'll still be coming into the next round, and this is where we expect to see a response from the side of Heretics. Rifles available. They've also got that dimensional drift online, which, especially going into the attack side, that's normally where you see the heavy value from it. You can clear a lot of angles for free, and especially when there's weaker weapons, that becomes incredibly important.
Well, off rip, we're going to have an ultimate out of Miniboo by the looks of things, scouting out the A site. Where previously you'll see a Brimstone combo with this on the ultimate. Yeah. You don't have that in this composition. In fact, you don't have that on the server right now. Miniboo's got a lot of space. Finishing out here, he spotted Nats. Nice easy kill. And a huge amount of control on the back of that ultimate. Team Liquid are locked out with Heaven control and a super late flank coming through from Mystic. The man advantage might be even, but the weaponry definitely sits with the attackers for now. And tag onto Enzo. Drop down that little bit lower, easy to finish off. There's some damage done in return, We haven't seen the kills come through, and the wall bang is so good. 26 HP left on Miniboo. A tag onto Boo as well. It's manageable. It's winnable on some level, but with Kiko going down, the odds definitely not in favor of Team Liquid. Mystic, the last man standing, and they'll find one, but the ammo is running dry, as were the chances for Liquid in that round. Lead stays in the hands of Team Heretics.
Yeah, it's the thing with this round that's actually a little bit more annoying is that I understand why Liquid went for it because it was close, but if they hold for the exits there, I think Heretics are screwed because you had Mystic on the flank, you had 2 players up above, like basically just holding them in to position. The only safe exit was actually through the showers, so obviously you go for it when you're that close in a position, but they could have done a lot of damage in that scenario, if not for a little bit of unlucky timing with the flash and different things like that. Nonetheless, we're still going to have them on a purchase again. We're going to see ourselves that Outlaw. And already, we're going to see Heretics looking to try and take some early control towards B-Long.
Looks like Liquid are responding in kind. Kiko making a slow play through Bathroom. At the same time, Benji Fishy sneaking his way through A. Got himself a nice position, opening pick onto Yumpy. All these players in Heretics hunkered down long. They've been spotted. I'm surprised Mystic sticking around for that fight. He has support of Enzo, but they've already lost Yumpy on this angle. I think you see them desperately wanting to recover it. Now, we mentioned Kiko lurking up through Bath earlier. Here's his reward, finally found, and found indeed.
I'm getting a little bit nervous, getting some flashbacks to the last map. Even still, though, evening things up. Now, they've got really good positions. It just depends if they sort of walk around expecting this to be an A hit, but now with the utility going down, Liquid are actually in a very good spot. A wraparound already coming through from Enzo. They have to run through the snakebite. Miniboo is going to be up for that first fight. He knows that one of them is, and actually Mystic goes down. Natch now under pressure. He's managed to find one, but it all comes down to this late lurk, this late rotation coming in from Enzo. The first is free. They know exactly where he is, but he also knows the same. Showstopper should be able to make things truly problematic for them getting a plant, but the fact is, look at where Boo is. He's gone.
Crept into the shadows for a plant. And right now, Team Liquid putting together the pieces. There we go. You see Boo try to go towards spawn. And his position here is key. You know Team Liquid are going to group up. He wants to force the fight as they rotate, but they've gone the other way. There'll be some time before he realizes that. It's nice and open at least. He could be in almost any position. Even Bath is a viable spot for this post plant. Not optimal, but something that they have to be worried about, and the time doesn't let them clear everything. There's the info. The first player dropped, and that could turn the tides in their favor. Enzo defusing halfway already. Is he ready for the Heaven Peak? In fact, he looked like he was going to stick it. He comes off for the fight. That Boo happily obliges. Team Heretics extend their lead up to 2 and show no signs of stopping.
Yeah, I know. A huge Red Bull clutch coming out of the side of Boo as well. Like, this guy, it always seems to be like you put him in late round scenarios where he's able to just focus on his own individual ability and he pops off. And it's been a quieter, like, think back to the first weeks at kickoff. He was probably the best player of anyone in the league. Yeah. It's definitely been a little bit quieter since then. But these are the moments that sort of make big changes in what the match could become, because up until that point, the read from Liquid, fantastic. That late wraparound coming in from Enzo, perfect. The showstopper being used as well because they knew they already had that hookah control. But it does have to be infuriating, because just isolated battles, not expecting him to be in that aggressive position, and because of that, Boo's able to win the round. And another one that Liquid are going to look at later and be like, we let that one slip.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of those in this series so far. They're going to need to tighten the ship if they're making it all the way to Lotus, to map number 3. Heretics on a likely 10-7 lead, currently sitting on 9, but they've got rifles, some ultis, and Team Liquid will come into this next round with nothing. They've called a timeout. I doubt that's necessarily to talk about round 17 strategy. It's more about the next one when they have the rifles in play, piecing together everything that's been going wrong so far. And keep in mind, because of the pause we saw earlier, this is the last pause for Team Liquid, the last chance to touch base with Emil and Bacon. And now, we get back into things. 10 seconds till the barriers go up. You can see exactly what I was talking about. Team Liquid don't have the money. They're not going to force buy here. Thrash is online next round. Viper's pick could be there as well. Even if it does come online here, I doubt it's going to be used.
There.
And an aggressive wall used to slow the A push, and they're going to go walking through it on B with the flash, but Woot was ready for that. What a beautiful position, avoiding the flash and catching the players coming through on the other side.
It's a cheeky attempt from Nats, but it hasn't worked out. And again, just the patience of Heretics is what's paying off for them here. Oh, I don't know if he's going to get away with that orb, but there was definitely players in a close enough vicinity, but not going to actually be fighting for it. And after they've heard every single player TP, it is no surprise that Heretics are going to go straight into the B site. Knowledge is power, and so is the afterplant. They're going to have it comfortably at this point.
Yeah, post-plant setup. Not even seeing the orb thrown on the spike. They don't expect Team Liquid to get anywhere near it. Post-plant instead is them looking for a couple more orbs. Woot just one away from getting his Seekers online. But you can see Team Liquid don't want to give anything away. The flash will reveal them. Give the information at least. But hunting it down is unlikely. I say that and I'm looking at Woot's body language. He's definitely looking to go forward. Flash in his hand. I wasn't expecting this, but here we go, and he's down just as quickly as he goes into the fight. But that does mean Seekers are online, a price they're willing to pay, a potential retrieved weapon for the side of Team Liquid. But that's even going to go running into the site to try and claim another victim. All three died a spike as intended, and 10-7. The scoreline we expected comes to fruition. This is where Liquid have their chance to start the comeback, and well, after this one, Tom, I don't see them getting another opportunity.
No, you've already got yourself a couple of ultimates available. This way you're going to have the rifles as well, but Heretics also just haven't really been letting things slip. Like, their early halves have been fantastic, their attack sides especially. Like, that's where I look at Woot and go, you got a new player, and maybe your defense can be a little bit more problematic, or some of the setup utility. That hasn't been the case whatsoever. And now, looking like we might see some early aggression. In fact, they're going very quickly.
The flash and the return, though, 3 players through that wall. Liquid can be thankful that they left that angle before the re-aggression came through. Some space taken, but given right back up, and now Heretics look to do some of the same. One player spotted up top, revealed, at least by the information, by the comms, by the pings, and now Miniboo completing the teleport on the back of the flash. Yumpy was ready, but just not quick enough, and that's the story up against a player like Miniboo, hitting shot after shot. In comes the decoy, it's caught one, and then the peek I thought was about to come through. Miniboo's being very patient in this corner, had to give away his spot eventually, and he will go down for it, but it's still a 3v4. It's still a tough position for Liquid. They need a pick here and now, and there's setups on setups from Team Heretics. Actually, they've caught both on the way through. Boo now has to have a big play from up top. The spray from Woot is good, and he'll get more. Of course he will. Should have seen that one coming. With just 35 HP between them, Tom, Heretics survive and put 11-7 on the board.
Honestly, his headshot percentage might be 100. It might genuinely be 100. Like, it just the way that he's so patient in correcting back to the head. Like, he's not wildly spraying or panicking at any second. Like, again, this is a newly turned 18-year-old playing on the stage here for the first time ever. And he's so comfortable. The second look just corrects his aim. No pressure, no sweat whatsoever. And, well, you can understand the frustration.
I lip-read that. I don't know who else did, but I'll lip-read that one. And I think if I put myself in that seat, exactly the same reaction. What a frustrating way to lose so many of these rounds where you can do the right things, you can get yourself into advantageous setups, you can have these little post-plant plays, and yet still, on the way back in, Team Heretics have to rely on one thing, and it's not their setup. It's not, everything can go wrong. If Woot's still alive, the round is still winnable. This debut has been unbelievable, and just 2 rounds away from having a flawless record within the VCT for good old Woot.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty good, especially after back-to-back losses for Heretics, which I don't think many were expecting after what we saw from them at kickoff. Nonetheless, still got the Viper's Pit. Now, you have to bear in mind, Enzo in that retake did throw out Thrash. So they lost one of their ultimates, didn't save it for the next round because, well, they needed to take a risk. Still going to have weaponry here, but it's not the prettiest picture. And it does seem like there's a world where Heretics actually want to try and challenge into this Viper's Pit. In fact, they're going to throw out one of their own. We've seen this round already.
Yeah, we saw it with the shoe on the other foot. Team Liquid are familiar with this setup already, picking up Brienne's, but now they have to turn and face this pit. The flash is perfect. Yumpy couldn't see a thing. Kiko trying to thread the needle through, and he'll do well for one, but no chance of winning that fight up against Benji. Nats emerging from his pit at just the wrong time. From what we can see, Woot is on his way around. He won't spot him. The pit's concealed Nats for a moment, but up top is Miniboo cleanly closing that out, and Woot finally gets his chance to strike. 12-7, a 5-round gap, and that is going to be a tough one for Team Liquid to bridge the gap on almost doubling the rounds flawlessly. And Team Heretics, they really do not look like there's a lot of weaknesses to exploit.
No, they haven't lost a buy round yet. I think that's what you need to say. Like, when it comes to this side of the map, it's been 5 attack rounds in a row. They've had a different sort of setup for each round, be it using the Viper's Pit in this one to get themselves into position, be it in the previous round using the Dimensional Drift to just give up everyone's information. Every ult they've used has been impactful. On the other side, unfortunately, it seems like it's been the opposite.
Oh, for Team Heretics as well, you know, this win would represent them getting to the league minimum playoffs possible, and playing like this, I'd say goddamn likely. Tiger goes through. Won't find too much. Hunter's Fury tagging Yumpy down to 2 with the spams as well. Barely holding on to life while the rest of his team falls. Mystic still has some life left in him though. Some HP to play with, but the players are on the way to the other side of the map. And this time, it's not stacked up by the defenders. They weren't ready for this. And even this late lurk out of Benji, it's barely a lurk. He's in his own spawn, but he knows there's a player around here. And he's ready to catch them on the rotate. Mystic goes back, but Spike is being
spamming the 2 HP!
Miles away, Yumpy's down, and they're separated, they're fragmented, and they'll fall alone. Together they might stand. They were not united in this round. It's only Mystic 1 versus 4. Guardian in hand, opposite side of the map, Spike to be defused. And, well, he is taken the long way around, and he's just about being heard, I believe.
Yeah, Benji knows.
He knows.
Mystic doesn't really stand a chance. Yeah, I don't even know if he'll check this, it won't matter. Heretics, they have made it with their new player. Finally, they've got themselves their full roster. And you know what, Mitch? It looks pretty damn good. They've come in, schooled Liquid, and Woot. I don't know if you're going to get much better a debut than that.
You will struggle, I'll tell you that. This guy coming in, we have conversations about nerves, playing on this stage, in front of this squad, in front of the crowd, doesn't matter. Not to this guy. He looked absolutely sublime every step of the way. Supportive utility, sure. The KO, a lot of assists. It's hard to really measure KO assists and the impact of them, but I can say his impact on this series is not hard to measure. It's hard to miss, if anything, and it was hard for him to miss. That's a name we're going to remember and look forward to seeing on the server in the future. For Team Liquid, this is a big blow. A tough run now for them to make it to playoffs without that win under their belt. The next matchup will be against Gentlemates. I think they'll even have to rely on some other games going a certain way, and that's never a nice position to be in.
I think everybody in their group at the moment has 2 wins under their belt, and also other teams have much more matches to play.
Some
like
have
you've
2
got
in a
couple
week,
of, exactly, double match
Vitality
weeks,
this week, for example.
BBL as well. So they're definitely not in the greatest of spots. For Heretics, though, they're not in a bad one. They've managed to get themselves back into position. They looked fantastic with Woot this week. The team overall played well. I think Miniboo back to form. As said, he had a bit of a rough week last week. That has changed massively. He looked unstoppable in map 1. This second map, he was there as well. So, I don't know. I think you may have not wanted to play Heretics before. You definitely don't want to play them now.
Oh, no. We hail players like Kiko. Even Mystic Enzo, they were shut down by Woot. I think it was a closer battle between Yumpy and Nats, but even then, it's not easy to deal with this guy from what we've seen. And if you go back and watch a lot of those fights, it's not like there was crazy supportive utility, like the whole team was geared up to getting in those kills. It's just the guy shooting heads, and it doesn't get much better than that when you talk about mechanical Valorant. Really excited for this Heretics. We already saw them with such a high skill ceiling, and now they can do so much more. To talk a little bit about that, we've got Boo down on the stage ready for an interview.
Right, Mitch and Tom, we do have Boo here on the stage for a quick interview. First of all, congratulations. It felt like the last couple of weeks have been a little bit rough for you guys. So what's been going on? How did you manage to come out here and win so dominantly?
Thank you. I think the main thing that we changed is it's our mentality. Like, I think last few weeks I was kind of leading the team in a wrong way. Right now we changed it a bit, and it worked. I don't want to say exactly what we changed, but I mean, we did change. Like, it's not just random that before we were like maybe struggling, now it's better. Like, we did address the issues we had, and yeah, it kind of showed.
How hard has it been to, like you said, you've had to also change a bit of your style, the way you're leading, but also integrate a new player into your roster as well? How long have you had to kind of make sure all this plan goes well?
If I remember correctly, Neil said we had 16 Scream games with Wood, so that's not a lot for a 7-map pool. But I mean, he's an incredible player, and we did play with him before. He still knows the guys. Like, there is a connection between us. Like, the chemistry is there, but still, he still has a lot to do to catch up on our game plans, like in different maps. But in general, I think he's doing well, like you saw yourself.
Yeah, it was a crazy debut. I'm glad you mentioned the chemistry and the connection, because earlier when I spoke to him in an interview, he said the reason he joined Team Heretics is because he wanted to play with young players. Now, as someone who, you're still a young player, don't get me wrong, but maybe not quite as young as some of the other players on your roster. What's it like for you, you know, having these young players and VIT joining you too?
I think it's great. Like, they respect me a lot, and I'm grateful that they respect me. I think, like, that's the reason I'm like, I can lead well. And yeah, it's exciting to play with the players that are so hungry and so obviously skilled. So yeah, I think it's just gonna get better, honestly.
Do they make you feel younger as well? Do they make you feel like you're one of them?
No, they make me feel older just because of the gap.
Well, then how do you deal with that? I guess, you know, sometimes maybe you have to make a hard decision to tell them to chill, to relax, to behave.
I mean, I think that's the way it should work. Like, I am kind of like some uncle and they're the kids. But I think the dynamic we have between each other, when sometimes I'm a friend, but sometimes I'm like a higher senior figure, I think it's good for what we do.
Is there anything that you've taught them? You know, maybe things that you felt like, oh my goodness, I can't believe they don't know this. And for you, it's kind of like, wow, that's crazy. Like a boomer-zoomer difference.
Okay, it's not that big, okay? Like, I'm not like 35.
I'm not saying that, but I just mean like any kind of like slangs or something they're using or music they're listening to that you kind of feel
Yeah,
like,
I think the biggest difference is
about.
the music. Like,
Yeah?
I'm listening for a little bit different music. But I think it's normal. We're different people. It's not just age, but different cultures. So yeah, but I mean, we get along really well anyway.
In terms of, obviously, you had a great debut today, and as you said, he's still kind of getting used to the game plan that you guys do. Can we expect you guys to maybe be a bit different with VIT compared to Paditech?
Yes, it was already planned. Something different, something spicy, but we didn't get to show it today, but it's still gonna be there in the future.
Oh, I love a bit of spice. And before I let you go, as you can see, Gentlemates and Vitality have taken the stage. Any predictions, Boo? I see Salah looking at you from off camera. Who do you think is gonna take this?
Vitality win, because we need them to win, because Gentlemates are in our group.
Oh, very diplomatic. You like that, Salah? Yeah, he's nodding. He likes it. Thank you very much, Boo. Congratulations, and we'll see you next week. As I said, we have a big matchup coming up. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, Vitality will be taking on Gentlemates.
Bro! What? Oh, get me up! Oh, fuck! Woohoo! Ah! Oh, no! Woo, bro, you don't understand how happy I am because I whipped like a dog, bro. Yes!
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing, ayy. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
All right. It is a great day to be a Team Heretics fan, and it's about to get even better because we've got Benji Fishy here with us in the studio, and Kakuka joining me, of course. First of all, Benji, congratulations. What's it like to go back to your winning ways again?
Oh, it feels good. It feels like, you know, when we win the game, finally be able to go up on the stage and bow again. Oh my God, it felt so good. I was actually saying, like, while we're walking up, man, it's been so long. It's felt like yeah, I mean, okay. For me, it's felt like forever. So, you know, it was really good. I'm super happy.
It's the little things in life.
Exactly.
Little things in life. Before we went live, you were kind of talking about a particular round where I think Boo was popping off. You were trying your best. I think this is a round. I could be setting you up to fail. But talk me through this.
Okay, so I told Enes to bait. I'm gonna go for for a long flank. And I'm like, as soon as he died, I'm like, okay, I know this is going to work 100%. And oh my God, this is so ugly. I see them from behind. And okay, I suck at killing people from behind. So I go for the guaranteed kill instead of the others, which, you know, you should go for the people that, you know, can actually shoot back. But yeah, no, I kind of panicked. But then Woot saved it, so it does not matter. Look at me. Look how hyped I am. Oh, I was so happy. I was so happy.
Yeah, exactly. That's the exact way that we were feeling. You know, you were celebrating with him. Of course, that was his debut, but he did miss a lot of VCT. Now that you're back into your winning ways, right?
Yeah.
Abu was saying about some things that you fixed. What do you think has been the biggest change between kickoff and this stage 1?
Between kickoff, I mean, I think a lot of it, you know, I think after kickoff and Masters, like we were playing super well. But then we had like this period where we came back to Masters, like we beat Fnatic, but then since then we weren't really playing how we normally play. And I think, you know, this week after BBL, like we've been preparing super hard and just trying to fix mistakes. I think recently we started getting back to our old ways of like, it's mainly just like communication, team play, like the important stuff, like apart from shooting. And yeah, recently we've been doing really good, and I think it showed in the game.
Oh, 100%, 100%. I just want to gas up your boy Woot a little bit. He saved your life there. We don't even remember your whiff because we were just thinking about that 3K so hard.
So we made sure that everybody else remembered.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but on Sunset, he actually set a record this stage for having the most assists on a single map.
Really?
With 19 assists in 15 rounds.
No, we mentioned it because he was on, like, I think he had 7 kills and like 15 assists, like so early. It was like in the first half, it was nuts. I don't know how he did it, to be honest. Actually, he was going for X's, I say, like, because Liquid had a few ecos and they were just dying to the
yeah, a few of them.
Yeah.
Let's call them a few.
So he would just make sure to knife them to get the assists.
Mate, he's smart. I'm going to gas him up even more because after that series, I'm going to overreact, okay? You guys definitely take my word face value. But after that series, he's currently leading worldwide in terms of KD, higher than Aspas, higher than all of the boys out there in NA and Pacific. Can we just say that he's the best player in the world right now?
I mean, I think it's been proven.
Yeah.
If the stats prove it, then I mean,
stats don't lie.
Stats do not lie. So I guess he is the best player in the world.
You agree, Kukuga?
Oh, totally, exactly. As a stats person, I totally say that he has to be. He is the best player in the world currently.
Okay, I'm glad we settled that. I feel like now NA, they have to kind of watch him a little bit and be like, we got to be Woot, we got to get higher stats than that guy.
No chance.
But let's talk about the next match of today, because after your win, you've kind of thrown a little bit of spanners into the works, you know, the group standings, the permutations are kind of going up and down here, because Kukuka, of course, both of these teams are still in playoffs running, but it does feel like Vitality might have a slightly harder job to do than Gentlemates.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the jobs is pretty much the same. You mentioned that it's a harder job because Vitality actually has to play twice this week, right? That can be ruthless, but the situation for Mates isn't any better, right? So I think that whatever happens, Vitality has to come on top today if they want to keep thinking about those players, just because of how the Alpha team is looking.
Yeah, luckily if Vitality just win the remaining of their games, they will lock playoffs no matter what. There won't be any sort of like tiebreaker things.
And of course you want them to win.
Oh yes, I'm a Vitality fan for life now. I mean, okay, for one day.
For life. You want some honey?
For one day, I am a Vitality Ultra. Like,
is the Golden Hornet?
Golden Hornet, there you go.
I'm a Golden Hornet for today.
A new Golden Hornet. I bet the Gentlemates fans are loving that. But it feels like Mini was more of a kind of Gentlemates fan, even after they beat them last week, because he said here, scores aside, Mates have an interesting playstyle, and I can see us incorporating some of their concepts in the future. He's a little bit ominous there, but I do want to go into this and segue this into our segment, which I know everybody loves, contender or pretender. Benji and Kukuga, I'm going to give you a couple of things. I want you to tell me, do you think they're a contender or pretender? And I'm going to start right from the beginning. Kukuga, you'll remember what you said last time. Do you think at this stage, as a contender for playoffs, are Team Vitality a contender now? Because you said they were pretender before.
So a part of me just wants to go against Salah, just because it's Salah, and I just want to go against them. So I'm going to say they are a pretender because they will make it to playoffs and then they will be bombed out round 1.
Ooh,
wow. All right.
That's bold. Wait,
Benji?
am I go now? Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I believe Vitality are very good. Okay. I'm going to say contender. Okay.
For playoffs?
For playoffs, yeah. Okay. I don't know how they're going to do after playoffs, but I believe they're going to make playoffs, yeah.
Why?
I think they've got a pretty good team, man. You know, I was playing against Safe. He kind of destroyed me. I'm going to be dead honest. He did kind of destroy me. You know, we have these little 1v1s on Icebox mids sometimes, and he kind of owns me. But, you know, I'm working on it. We'll figure it out.
I appreciate the honesty. I mean, now you're Golden Hornet, you have to say
yes,
they're
oh yeah, no,
contender.
I'm a full believer. I'm a Vitality fan.
Oh.
Actually, the colors are not that off, so you're good.
Close enough, right?
Yeah. Salah's going to love that answer. But let's move on to the next one. I mean, Mini said that he kind of he can understand the playstyle of Gentlemates, but I want to kind of go one step further and talk about the Gentlemates Phoenix. Is this Phoenix pick, Benji, you think a contender or a pretender?
Phoenix pick specifically, I like the Phoenix pick, okay? I think only on some maps, you know, I think their playstyle kind of like resolves around, you know, getting the Phoenix ults, you know, having these sort of set rounds. Like anytime we play against them, like they just have so many set rounds. Like they know what they want to do from the start of the round, it feels like. But me personally, I'm not a fan of their playstyle. I don't like the way they play. So in general, I'm gonna say pretender.
I'm gonna say contender just because I feel like saying the
different.
opposite. Yeah, I feel like that. No, and I do agree with Mini. There are many things in that playstyle that we can take apart and actually study. I love how every team has a different style or different things that they want to achieve this year, and how they look at the game and the perspective that they have is different. I do think it needs some finessing, but I think that there are very, very cool ideas in the way that they interpret the maps.
You think that, so they're a contender for their playstyle. Oh, I like it. Last but not least, obviously the Gecko meta is in full swing. Every single team seems to have adapted. We even saw Koi finally bringing out the Gecko last week. But Gentlemates, they just don't like the Gecko, it feels like. So do you, at this point, Benji, think the Gecko, in general, the Gecko agent is a contender or a pretender?
100% a contender. I mean, I think like you can tell just by how many teams are playing it now. Like it is so strong. Like the buffs have made it super strong. Like the 10-second like flash, you can just infinitely get util. Like it's crazy. And just like Wingman in general, like it saves you on so many maps. Like on binds, you know, getting the plant down on default without like a sage rule or like anything is quite hard. So having a Wingman little guy just going in to go try plant, tank all the damage, and then, you know, you can do anything. You can try fight them while the Wingman's planting. You can, you know, flash out a smoke, whatever. Like I think it's super strong.
Contender for me. And this one I have to agree because I'm a huge Gecko fan. I agree with everything you say. I think that the cooldowns are ridiculous right now. At the beginning of the day, we were talking about how when Astra was introduced to the meta, her cooldowns were double as they are today, right? Sorry, half as they are today, and they had to like nerf it super hard because of how strong she was getting. With Gecko, I feel the same. I think that they altered a couple of things that made him too strong.
In which case, do you feel like Gentlemates are maybe living life on hard mode by not adapting?
I think that Gecko will get a slight touch-up and in the form of a nerf, and then we will all think the Gentlemates are geniuses because they foresee it.
You agree, Benji?
You know, I think they've got their own style of playing. You know, if they don't want to touch Gecko, that's not my problem. That ain't my problem. They can do their own thing, you know. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with whatever, to be honest.
You just want Vitality to win. You just want them to win so bad. Do you have an allegiance in this race, Kakuka? Do you want Vitality to win as well?
I actually do. I agree. I really like the team. I like how they're innovating as well. I think that most of the teams that I like and support are the ones that are innovating. That also brings me, you know, to the maps that we might see today. But for me, Vitality has to make it to playoffs so they can lose in round one.
Oh, wow! Salah's going to be in your DMs today.
Oh, he will.
He's not going to be liking that. But what about Gentlemates on the other side? Because we talk about how, you know, Liquid, they were struggling because we just don't see an identity in them. Whether we like it or don't like it, it feels like Gentlemates, they have an identity. They are here. They want to make it work. So maybe, Kukuka, you think that's inherently good for our league that we have a team like Gentlemates?
I think so, yeah. Also, we need to keep reminding ourselves that this is their first year on the league, right? They haven't been very successful until now. They found some success, right? But I think that they're still finding the pace of what it is being here, living this day to day, and how exhausting some things can be.
And speaking of that, Benji, I feel like this is kind of cliche, but there's not just one way to play this game. You know, there's so many different ways. Do you have a preference? Any playstyles that you feel very, very interesting that maybe you guys don't do?
That we don't do? I mean, if I think about teams in particular, I don't know, I really like how Sentinels play. You know, right now they're kind of in a bit of a, you know, slump, maybe. I think it's a lot of it's due to, like, being so exhausted from Masters, but I think the general way that Sentinels play is very good. I think they've got very good chemistry. Like their team play is very good, and I think that's kind of what we try to replicate, like in our own sense. So. Yeah.
Also, Clove is available from today. Do you think that they're going to be played today? Maybe, you know, Gentlemate's playstyle fits into it?
Maybe, I don't know. Clove isn't very, like, there's no stopping power, right? Like, compared to, like, Omen's got flashes, like, and then you've got, I don't know, Astra, like, pulls. Clove, you just got the decay. You just got the decay nade. So, you know, it's not the strongest agent, but maybe. I don't know.
You can double control it, you know?
You can go double control. I think that's the only way that Clove is really going to get played. I don't think you can play Clove as a single smoker.
Kakuka thought Safe would be picking
Hear me
up.
out.
Do you
Safe
agree?
and Clove. Think about it.
Yeah?
I mean, Clove suits his
Fighting 1v1 mid on Icebox.
I see it.
Who's
I do
winning?
see it. I do see it. I understand. Yeah, well, I understand. Yeah, he's pretty good, so he could pull it off probably.
Is that what you want to see? You want to see other teams maybe play Clove first?
Yeah. I mean, us personally, I don't think we're gonna mess with Clove, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see in a few.
Oh, poor Boo. Let him have some fun. Let him have some fun. But we are gonna head to walkout in just a moment. But before we go there, I know who you guys wanna win. But how about actual predictions? Put your brains on the line here. Vitality versus Gentlemates.
I mean, I need to see the maps, but actually before, you know, I have my notes on what I expect Gentlemates to permabind that bind. I think that there is going to be a lot of shooting, a lot of maps with a lot of range. I want to see a 2-1. I want to see Gentlemates to put up a good fight.
Ooh, Benji?
2-0 Vitality.
Oh my, he's sticking with it. He is sticking with it. Thank you. I love having a new Golden Hornet with us from here. But of course, these two teams, they are very, very familiar with each other. They played against each other a whole bunch of times, but it's about who's going to show up here today. Here's Gentlemates and Team Vitality. This is not the first time, not the second time, but the third time we've seen these two teams on this very stage. At kickoff, Gentlemates only played against Team Vitality, but it feels like they've come a long way since then. Of course, Benji, you've played against Vitality already. If you were Gentlemates, what would you be looking out for?
Just don't aim dual safe is what I would say. I think that's a pretty good...
It's a safe thing to say.
Yeah, it's a safe thing to say. Just don't aim dual safe and you'll maybe be okay.
Well, I hope Existence is listening to you. And Kakuka, this is the maps that you were so excited to take a look at.
Oh, I love the fact that Vitality have gone for the ban on us, and I think that is what makes the most sense for them. Gentlemates stays with the bind, and I think it's so interesting to see Icebox being the first map picked here. Knowing that Gentlemates, this is the only map that they play with a more standard composition.
This was your map pool when you played against Vitality. The exact same maps here.
It's going to be a hard game for Gentlemates. I'm going to be dead honest. It wasn't fun to play against them, if I'm being honest. I wish Gentlemates the best of luck.
Okay, so then I love that we have you here, because of course we can expect Vitality to run that KO Gecko on Icebox. What do you think is the strongest thing about that way to play? Also combining it with a race, you know?
I don't know. I think like they have so many good ults. Like they can start, like if they get some good momentum, they can start cycling really good ults, like KO, Gecko, Raze ult. They can exec like super well. I think that's like part of the strength for the comp is like just the ult abilities.
It felt so annoying having to play against.
Yeah, it wasn't fun.
It doesn't seem like a fun comp. But on the other side, Gentlemates, it feels like, you know, they stick to the what used to be meta, what Fnatic are going with as well, just the bog standard stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be very surprising what we find in this first map. Also, the second one being Sunset. You know, as a Sunset expert yourself, you know how cool that can be. But yeah, let's go back to the Icebox, because of course there's a lot to unravel here, especially if Gentlemates stake with the comp.
They do not. They finally play the Gecko.
And they're gonna go.
Oh my god, they're going to go a duelist list into this map. I absolutely love
I like
this.
it. Wait, I mean, yeah, we were playing no duelists. Wait, is that our comp? Maybe that's our comp. I don't even. Oh, it might be our comp. I don't remember.
Joined your comp.
They might have, yeah.
So they got a chance now?
Just don't Angel safe. Really. I mean, I think that's still there. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
And Kakuka, what about if they can take down safe? What else?
I mean, there is a lot to unravel. I think that the way that Kicks and Runner have been fitting into the team, we do not talk about them enough, even though they're up-and-coming talent from the tier 2. I feel like they've been eclipsed by some of the talent. That's yours to blame. But I think that they make such a good duo. I think that they have so much potential, and we need to see Runner in the runner-up to be one of the duelists of the region.
Well,
that was a good one.
Yeah, this is the thing. We didn't think that they were going to adapt to this Gecko, but they finally have. And what a time to do it as well during a do or die week. Thank you very much, Benji, the newest member of Golden Hornet, to join us. Anything you want to say to the Vitality fans that are probably welcoming you with their warm embrace?
Allez les Golden Hornets. Let's go. Vamos.
Vamos, all right.
Vamos, okay.
Yeah. Well, he's still from Heretics, you know. He can't
I had to whack in there.
Yeah, he has to. And Kakuka, what do you think about that?
I think that his Spanish is great.
Oh,
well,
congratulations.
you got the seal of approval. But it's time to jump into Icebox. Thank you, Benji. Thank you, Kakuka. And bring in your casters, Pavlos and Tombiz.
Well, okay, it's a different... Obrigado. Thank you very much, Yinzu. And yes, it's always great to have Benji Fishy on the desk. Always great vibes. But what is also great is matches like this. Vitality versus Gentlemates, always being a banger. And there's a spice in the mix this time. We're seeing some different compositions.
Yeah, they have stolen your comp, Benji. Just in case you're wondering, this is the comp that you guys run. And I'll be honest, it makes me a little bit nervous because there is a team in this league that nearly always runs double duelist. They didn't on Icebox before, but now they go no duelist, which is something I never expected to see. And Takas has never played Gecko before.
Well, let's see if Gentlemates this time around can win against Vitality. And Icebox so far, they're 0-2 in that score. As we enter this derby, straight up the bat, it's Kicks with flying colours, pricking up that first kill.
Yeah, that's not the start you're looking for if you're over on the side of Gentlemates. And you can see that Takas is still going to try and fight this one, really using this almost like a something duelist. And look at this isn't even a lurk. This is the majority of the fight.
No idea. And already Senda is there on the back flank, and there's all of the players there to assist them. Takas really needs to scramble themselves out of the situation. I think they may just have Safe alone, 1v3. Well, Benji Fisher did say don't take an Angel against Safe for one-on-one, but it's a one-on-3 here.
He's got so much left to clear. They didn't check yellow the first time. I think he'll definitely do it now, and he has hit the dink already.
At least now Tank is low, throws down the wall, no nonsense, no funny business. But he's got to get the spike, it's so far away. And there's also a lurker from Logan. It's Safe we're talking about. VCT EMEA MVP last year. Oh, it might even be a possible fight. No, oh, Takas is low and he's scared for it.
30 seconds left.
It's just a chase. Safe, walking it around, but Takas is able to find the better angle in the end. It got dicey, but Gentlemates get the first round locked and loaded.
Yeah, I kind of see what Benji's saying. You don't want to face off against this man when he's in form, but the thing is, that round initially at least was played so well by Vitality, they just didn't check yellow. That's literally the only reason they lose this round, is they are so focused in on killing off Takas that they end up losing it because they didn't expect the second player to be there, which, to be honest, with how far forward Takas was and how far back Natank was, you kind of understand why they made that mistake.
That's very true, very true. Great start for Gentlemates, especially considering the map pool. I'm not quite confident on it, right? Both of the first two maps that they've got, they haven't had the best history with very quick fight with Vitality. Are we looking at a ghost double kill from Runner to put Vitality on top in this round?
It's just an absurd way for things to get going. He's also managed to pick up a Guardian and find another kill. This is, well, from a great round a moment ago to
this.
Maybe one of the worst.
We all got caught with our pants down. That's what this round is. What can Gentlemates do with it? Realistically, nothing much. Taka's got a Vandal, though. If he can get it to connect, not this time. It's incredible how this has changed the tempo of this game, with Vitality not only getting the follow-up to the pistol, but a flawless one at that.
Well, yeah, Bae was saying on the desk she wants to see Runner as the runner-up duelist. I think he's going for the first spot, because to get 2 opening kills off the back of a Ghost, you're not going to get that every single day. And a lot of the time, when you have these sort of second-round victories, maybe you're seeing like a defensive side stack or a lot of trade kills that roll back in. Not just your duelist taking 2 opening fights with a pistol and winning both of them. It is something that you have to talk about when you see this Vitality squad is there's so much depth in talent. I don't even think so far Runner's actually hit anywhere near the peak that we kind of expect him to, because the rest of the team has made it so he hasn't needed to. This is a team that's already sort of 2-1. And the other thing as well, I think that's really important to talk about with Vitality, they've played the hardest teams they're going to play, in theory. The next 3 games, if anything, I favor them in all of them.
Should be an easy route for them. But if you look on the other side, Gentlemates, not so much, right? Not going to be looking like a great one, considering they've got the likes of Foot, I believe, to be played after this. Not an easy endeavor.
I think they've only got Liquid.
Oh,
so
yeah, you're right. It is Team Liquid. It is Team Liquid.
It's Mitch's nightmare.
It's wow. That is poetic.
Yeah, it would be one hell of a way. We don't even know how, at that point, things will align, because we've got many more games to go, and Liquid, everyone in their group currently is on 2 wins or more, so it's definitely not a bad spot. And, well, not the greatest of spots for Gentlemates here. It is going to be a difficult round. Baer's obviously keeping that rifle over. I will be honest, he's normally more of the supportive player. Like, he's good in clutch rounds. I think that's where he makes his money. He has to do a lot here.
It does. Bayaz might be the first in contention. The only player with Gentlemates that realistically has a gun and a chance, but Safe instantly rips his head off his shoulders. So that's going to easily open up this site for Vitality as they waltz right in.
Plenty more that needs to be done. Logan with a Sheriff, always deadly. But I think at this stage of the round, you have to look at Gentlemates and say, any damage they can do, great. Other than that, die to the spike.
Spike planted.
But it looks like Gentlemates are actually going to go for it this time around. Taka's very deep, gets caught. And this just keeps the chances of being further lower for the other Gentlemates side. So they are going to be saving this. But you're right, this is a match that Gentlemates have got to win if they want to have a chance for playoffs. And you know, when the fate is in their own hands, it's still a good thing. It does, you know, they don't really depend on other teams winning, losing. They've just got to win this match. And the one against Team Liquid, an explosive end to that round. Andalusia flawless going out to Vitality. 2 consecutive ones at that, by the way. And yeah, it's exactly what they needed given they lost the pistol.
Yeah, the thing is as well, Kicks being able to pick up those remaining kills is going to put him in a great spot. You're already going to have Thrash online, high impact ult. That's something you can really build up with this Vitality side. Like, if you get a Showstopper Viper's bit, like every single ult is high impact. Like, a lot of the time you're going to go, Cypher ult's okay. Like, maybe you look at other things that are going to be in play on the other side, but like a Res, very situational. But every single one of theirs is super high impact. And it looks like they may just build into an early A-site execute. Natank getting a bit aggressive.
Yeah, it's not only Natank, but he's got the reassurance of a back line for him as well. Maybe front line, everybody lining up here, but Runner super accurate on his first engagements. And Vitality, in a matter of seconds, are way ahead in this round.
Yeah, that looked way too easy. Like that wasn't even like, I don't think they threw a particular pot flash or anything that left them awkward. That was just dry firefights for Runner. He's just won both. And it's exactly the same as round number 2. It's a very bad sign early on for Gentlemates.
And it's brilliant that you highlighted Runner earlier today as well, right? One of the rookies that came into the season and has had high-flying performances. He hasn't really stood out, given that we had so many other rookies that have popped off. But let's be fair. He's one of the reasons why Vitality has done super well the past few times we've seen them play. And he's keeping those stats up, keeping those entries, and pretty much allowing Vitality to play off the advantage every single time. Vitality going for the chase. They've got money for days. They've got no risk in this. And you can see there's this whole swarm trying to close in on the Gentlemates roster right now, trying to get rid of all of the rifles. And are we going to be seeing another flawless? Are we going to be seeing Logan dying here without taking one down with him? That's exactly what we're going to see. As Safe gets Logan in bed as well.
Yeah, you've got 3 players, 5-on-1 right now for the side of Vitality. Like, it's almost just looking too easy for a lot of these players in their battles. We're now starting to see like the ultimates as well building up. And they might have something to actually play with going into this next round in terms of there's not going to be much on the other side, and they can also just come in with everything.
That's very true. I mean, it's crazy that Vitality did get that Thrash very early and still didn't have to use it. And now they've got plenty to their disposal in this attack. A little bit of a slower start to this one. Gentlemate's not going for a fast exchange. They do have Natank lurking very deep on that left-hand side. They won't be greeting much apart from keeping the information. Wait, Gentlemates are going in for another fight, though. Historically, hasn't been that great for them. This might be an opportune situation, given that they've gotten so many players stacked up onto this A site. But still, Vitality are vigilant.
Yeah, I think as well that Dizzy just hit 2 players. So they already know there was a couple aggressing there. You might expect another supportive player, and actually, it's a full stack up.
Uh-oh.
I thought for a second he might go down, but no, it's just going to be surviving.
That's such a massive dagger. They've realized they're full players here, but they've already gotten 2 kills. What's the call here from Vitality? Did they back away? Wingman sitting in, Safe on the lurk, but they're still being caught. Gentlemates have got numbers advantage. How did that even happen? Thrash catching one, but how much can be done about this? Kicks on the chase, still 2v2, Natank on the lurk. Do they know of it? Classic out. Judge not really good on the long distances. But now he's close up. And personal! Runner drops! And so will Kicks! Gentlemates are right back in the fight!
Yeah, it's a round as well where you kind of look at Vitality and go, you have that lurking player, didn't really push forward as maybe you would have expected. A couple of players caught immediately off the back of the Dizzy, and as you mentioned, the knife as well. So I kind of sit there and go, it seemed like the information was there for Vitality, but it was just those firefights. We see the individuals on this Gentlemate side work it with the pistols. Natank and Takas always up there on the board. This duo has been fantastic throughout the season, but it's just whether or not those rounds can actually turn into anything, because that's been the major issue. It just hasn't really gone anywhere.
It really has. And Natank is one of those players that has overshadowed the likes of Runner. He's got the top ACS score of the entire league right now. I mean, that's kind of insane given that Gentlemates haven't had the wins that other teams have had. And he's still being able to perform time and time again.
This round at least is not going to be too problematic for Vitality. Still have finances, still have that showstopper. And after Util is broken in mid by the defense, you can already see Safe is going to re-aggress. The thing is, though, it seems like they're just going for those same executes again.
Very true. Quick collapse. Respected by Gentlemates. Runner falling low. But yeah, until that showstopper is thrown out, no engagements will come through. But Safe is being a cheeky man. All the way around. Not even considering mid, actually going up tube instead. Sender keeping an eye out for the lurk on the back end, and Whalers is no more.
They played so well with the utility here. His flank could be absolutely everything. Safe in a perfect position. He's just playing on that timer, waiting for them to try and execute him with 2 players ahead of him so desperately low. Now he can almost just play with them, try and pull them back even further.
Exactly. All he has to do is just stay in that position and just play with the feelings of Gentlemates, because they've got no comfort going in, no comfort falling back. They'll have to try and save these guns, and Vitality, will they let them? Runner on the chase? Yeah, they're just happy to pick up this round as they do sustain their lead. You can see Kicks already. He's thirsty for this blood. He's thirsty to get rid of these weapons. But the job has been done. Yeah, put them to sleep even more.
Yeah, it's more just, I like the way that they're playing with this. I think it's something that Gentlemates are going to have to adapt to. Like, you can't allow Safe to just get in on the flank, especially when you're actually running a Killjoy that should be able to get you that information. We've seen teams, I don't think it was Foot, had that problem with their defensive side where they don't run this Sentinel, that you're going to give up that control. When you do run it and you take that control initially, I'm a little bit less forgiving when things go wrong. Like, they definitely weren't ready for his play, and even though he only gets 1 and goes down, that's absolutely fine. He bought the time that was needed.
I mean, we can see the approach here from Gentlemates. They always like pushing up a little bit, whether that's the sidelines now in mid, up against Tube. No one will be greeting them, but maybe they can break the bots. It will cause a little bit of uncertainty for Vitality as they push closer to this B site. But they've only given an audio cue away here from the Orb. And it seems that Gentlemates have got an inkling of the happenings.
There's lockdown available though, if they want to use it, but in fact they might even be able to just get this plant down for free. Yeah, it's not going to be denied. So now a post-plant lockdown. They've also got themselves Thrash. This is not going to be an easy retake for the side of Gentlemates.
Not at all. I'm trying to look at the utility from Gentlemates, and they don't even have a flash available for them either. Dizzy has just been thrown out. Oh, and it seems to have worked so far. Lockdown is going to delay. It's so huge. The Thrash from Kicks is still there for the guarantee. Whalers approaching, two trying to sidestep Sender's peak, and the flash on the defuse already. Defuse target. Sender running out of bullets, but it seems to not have mattered because they're off the spike. That's the important part. Whalers on the chase, Thrash after them as well, but back on the spike again, and there's not much time to it. Limited visibility, and Gentlemates get the execute.
I can't believe he held that wall for so long. It's just a last-second throwdown of utility, and yeah, that looked like a round that should have gone the way of Vitality. Like, they had the post plant, they had the ults for it. I think just some good utility being thrown in by Takas. Like, I think it was his mosh that forces them out and his flash that leaves them blind. So, especially, I was a little bit perplexed as to why in that moment he's actually using his util, because I'm like, oh, there's a lockdown, you can't even push. It was just to clear yellow, just to clear that angle and give them a little bit of extra space. And then again, on the way in, the tank does the tank things, gets them through with the defuse. Still, it's an incredibly costly round, and well, Vitality are not going to sit back and just let them run away with it. They are right back on their tail.
Runner did the exact same thing he did in round number 2, but this time without the kills. Wait, Sender might be in trouble here, because he's got to check this far deep corner and won't be able to find Logan. So Gentlemate's playing off of an advantage.
I like that. He actually places his util down after, so they can't go in for those late lurks. Again, though, they are going to be able to deny it this time, and now they have to fight forward. Logan in position again, and he's actually just taking over.
He's stepping up. That's exactly what Gentlemates need. Start to have your individual showing up and getting these frags. And Vitality now in trouble, perplexed. Denied the opportunity to put that spike in the ground. And Gentlemates, all they have to do is play it slow. Wait for their opponents to move into them, but Whalers, discomforted, moves out into the open and gets caught out. Still, Vitality have to go for the push here. Rez will bring another to life, and Logan wants the ace. Only one left to it. Bayaz will steal it, but it's still equilibrium when we look at the board.
He's just playing the ult orbs, you know? That's what he was doing. He's like, you already got your lockdown. You don't need the ace. You don't need it for the confidence. And Logan's another one. Like, you talk about the highs of this Gentlemate side. He's definitely been on the quieter side. Like, he's been someone where you look back at this roster, going all the way to even like previous French rosters as well. He was one of the deadliest players on this Sentinel. And he's definitely had his shakier of starts, shakier of matches. But what a round to take away. Putting them level on that defensive side as well. And what started to look like a fairly dominant side even for Vitality is now level again.
It's fairly fast-paced as well. Every single time, both of these teams forcing some sort of issue. The Viper's bit preemptive here. But what will Vitality do to react? This time a little bit slow on the pace, but this match, man, whenever Gentlemates, Vitality play up against each other, there's always going to be some feistiness to it. And round 9, we've already seen it happen.
I think they're gambling on the idea that Vitality are going to try and pressure this. They've already put a second player behind the pit. They've got another watching into mid. And less of a defense when it comes to this A side. Definitely a little bit shaky. Maybe just opting to try and play a retake, but I'm looking at where their defense actually is on the map. It's very far forward still. I think now that the Boombot, okay, that makes sense. Now the Boombot's gone in, they are actually going to fall back and just play this as more of a retake. I was a little bit nervous they were just going to brawl.
Vitality, perhaps with a hope that they would find someone, some presence, gain an inkling of what the positioning of the defensive lines looked like. Poison Cloud unable to cross. Alaba will spot Bayaz on the lookout. Unable to find a pick, but Whalers is going in for another turn. Outside of his own Viper's pit, but he's as comfortable as ever! Triple to his belt and Vitality in the ground. Kicks wants vengeance, but will not be able to live long to revive. Safe, only one against the 4. He might be one of the best this league can offer, but honestly, it might be a tall ask with so many up against him. But we'll give an effort for the swing. Valiant try, but Gentlemates have found the lead.
Yeah, I actually think Gentlemates in that round, even though they take it through, they were a little bit unlucky. Their initial setup was spot on. They were expecting a lurk back through mid, they put their utility there, and it actually just took a hero play. Like, that's what it was. They got all the information, I like the fact that Whalers realizes if he stays in his pit, he's either going to get forced out from the front or wrapped on, so he opts to take a risk. That risk pays off massively, and this is what's always been exciting about Gentlemates. They have these explosive players. The way they won Ascension, was it the cleanest Valorant in the world? No! They won some of the most insane rounds you'll ever see. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. A huge round from Logan, a huge round from Whalers. And well, by the looks of it, Vitality might be a little bit rattled.
To double down on what you said, Tom, Gentlemates is a type of team that will play well in the moments that they're most under pressure. Right? Whenever we've seen them at their best, it was when they were about to drop off from a tournament, about to, you know, be in a final, for example, winning Ascension, making it to VCT EMEA. And now, they are up against the wall. They have to win this game in order to make playoffs. Perhaps is this what we're seeing? Comfort in discomfort. And yeah, this time out here from Vitality, evidence that things aren't going right for them.
Yeah, especially again, how this started, how they've been able to actually do quite well to push and pull the map a little bit, like put people into awkward fights, and then just those players in awkward positions seem to be able to take things over the line. Even still though, financially not too much of a problem. Logan has been reading the book of old school Yumpy and has decided to bring the operator out on the Killjoy. Obviously they don't have a duelist, so it does kind of make sense. If you're going to run it, it has to be on someone, but looking at where he's going, again, he's looking for that mid-fight.
You can't be that aggressive either, because the lockdown is there, so you can't afford losing it in case of a retake.
First time watching Gentlemates. He was the one that stuck around. He was ready to try and take that fight. No fear. Running out. Oh, it's awkward.
It is. Whalers barely alive after that exchange. 10 points of health. But Vitality not going to take the opportunity to push just yet. They've realized there's a reaction here from the French side. But they do cut noise.
They're going to try and deny the plant, which I think they will do, yeah. Double utility, it's a lot thrown in, but it just makes things so much more awkward for Vitality as they now have to go and pick that back up, man disadvantage, and of course everybody's now here from the side of Gentlemates.
Trex has got both of his flashes left, so this is going to have to be an explosive fight here from Vitality. Lockdown going to come out straight away out from Logan. And won't need to peek just yet. Oh, Mikey! Bayas triples up, is feeling it today. Andalusia flawless for Gentlemates as they keep it going.
Yeah, they've started to streak it together. They've started to work out what their opponents are doing, these early fights going their way, but also just, again, this is one of the flaws of the composition that's being run by either, well, no, more so by Vitality. When you have that Sage Wall, the real value it brings is you can create some sort of blockade between the plant and anything else. When you send in Little Bro, your wingman, to try and get the plant, they're just denying it. That's all they're doing. Double utility. They used a fragment and a mosh because they were like, okay, if it's on the corner, if it's not quite in the right place, one won't do it. So let's just deny it and we'll just play from that position. And it's working wonderfully.
That is absolutely absurd.
Ratty.
This time Runner, though, does find the answer at least. Thrash going to be used straight away, though. Vitality don't seem like they want to mess around. They've already been denied the opportunity to be ahead at half-time. So how can they react to this? I'm actually amazed that Takas is stuck by. This might be his downfall, though, or he might be able to change the tide of this round. Well, Wingman has been stopped, and so is the Spike Plant. But this elevation from Tex is just so dangerous for the rest of the players from Gentlemates to start move in, and it's already evident with Bayas' cross instantly put in the dirt. And Vitality finally have some comfort to this. Within the Viper's pit, they can hide the toxic screen as well, giving some space for Runner. But instead, it's Trex to lose his life. And Takas is going all the way around, behind. How does he work around it, though? Because he still can't see his opponents. Still, it's anyone's game. Oh, but Kix reveals himself to him! The intuition in Takas' head is absurd. And there's still an opportunity for them. Whalers is the one to find the final kill, but Gentlemates are keep on giving.
I love watching this team. It genuinely at times is just sheer lunacy. Like, you've got the wall to start it off, nice trade, but it's just the fact that, I don't know if he saw like a gun barrel or something, or if that was just like, I'm just gonna tap. No, nothing. No, absolutely nothing. Just decided, I guess, that's gonna just clear out a Viper's pit. It's gotta be infuriating. And wow, Existence has got a little smile on his face. I can't really blame him. 5 rounds in a row now for the side of Gentlemates. A map that was chosen by their opposition because of, again, some of the struggles we've seen from them. The last time they played this was versus KC. They lost 6-13. They've already got 7.
Yeah, I mean, in the same matchup, the last time these two teams played Icebox, it was 13-3. Kind of mad. And this time, Gentlemates have brought a twist that Vitality did not expect. So far, so good on the defense. We'll have to see how that works out on the attack. But for now, one more round left in the half. And Runner might be in trouble here. 2 players lurking around here from Gentlemates, and go for the double swing. Quick way to find yourself numbers advantage.
Where's the support? Like, if he's claiming an orb, you need somebody watching around that angle. We know the Gentlemates are not going to shy away from a fight. Especially in the last round, that orb is going to be worthless in the end. You've got the lockdown at least. That might get them into an afterplan scenario. But again, just look at some of the ults that are already online and are close for the side of Mates.
Saw you, Mosh!
He's breaking the wall. Oh no, he's not. He's just stuck on the step. I thought there was something in the way. He's just stuck.
Well, it did take him a while, but he will get to his spot. Thrash in response. Can he save his teammate's life? It's Kicks to do so. But Takas needs to check every corner. They could be anywhere, because they've been quite ratty thus far. But the lockdown will allow Vitality some room to get the spike down.
There's so much util still available, though, for the defense to try and get back in. They've got flashes, nano swarms, snake bites, and even little bro to try and help them.
Mate, they've won with numbers down and the Viper's pit on the site. Making it work with a numbers advantage should be a walk in the park, unless Kicks can do something about it. This is a position he hasn't taken before, but turns around. Not the timing he would have liked, but at least Safe and Trex have got something going for them. But Takas, this game, he has stood up and gets Gentlemates the final round of this half.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I'll be critical of Gentlemates in some of these matches is that they've kind of overcooked, and also I feel like they've narrowed themselves down to a composition that revolved around a Phoenix, revolved around maybe a Yoru or some aggressive flashing sort of duelist. In this case, they've gone for a composition, they've seen another team run, maybe they've run it in scrims, we don't know, but it looks great. We're seeing the individuals pop off as well. There's not one player that I'm going to be like, this guy's carrying them, or yeah, it's Natang just doing everything. No, he's second on the board, but there is a very minimal difference between the rest, and everybody's had their big moments. And that's what we love about Gentlemates. When they're on, it seems like everyone's just performing.
I mean, coming into this one, we looked at the maps, we said maybe this is quite bleak for Gentlemates. Everybody had them as, you know, the underdog, and definitely showing up here, definitely making everyone to second guess themselves. They've got double the amount of rounds Vitality have, and I believe it's a 6-round winning streak for them as well. Logan already with first blood and the second pistol of this game, and he might want to keep it going. That's aggressive. He doesn't even have friends, and he gets the job done.
Yeah, that was basically a 3v1, and he comes out with 2 kills. A dink hit by Natang as well. They are feeling confident at this stage. Okay, spike not planted. All right, Natang. Maybe a little bit overzealous, but look at the HP. 11 and 12 for the side of Vitality.
One bullet should do it on either of them, easily.
They're not going to go around.
Oh, we're talking about Gentlemates here, Tom. They are going to go around, and Kicks, oh, he's not looking at them! And instead, Wailers gets to pick on Sender. This is bloody upside.
Oh, they're waiting as well. They're so ready for absolutely everything. It's just these mid-rounds again. And look at the position of Takas. He's just waiting for him to try and come back through mid. This pistol couldn't have got any better for them. A huge opener for Logan. A great reposition as well from Mates, calling off the charts. And while Vitality, they're not looking good at this point.
It's the same thing over again. Keep them on their toes, keep them thinking, keep them second-guessing. Keep them having their eyes on their backs. Watching out every single corner won't be enough for Vitality. Because Gentlemates are everywhere this game.
It's one of those games as well. If you're like a scoreboard warrior, you just sit there and look at the kills. You're not thinking this is 9-4. Like, genuinely, just look down. It's actually ridiculous how close a lot of these have been, but in those big round scenarios, in those clutches, that's where Mates have been better by a hefty margin. And while obviously this round, Vitality can't really afford to invest much into it. You're going to have a Sheriff, Ghost, not much more. It has to be a gamble. It has to be a risk taken. And actually, for now at least, Gentlemates are taking this one quite slow. But bear in mind that that's what this comp sort of allows them. You've got an awful lot of utility that you can play with, extra flashes, that you have the knife as well, you have the dizzy, everything that can find you out where this stack is going to be. And then if it comes down to it, you can just use the wall to get you in an afterplan, and with pistols, there's not a whole lot you can do about that.
No, not really. Last time Vitality lost the pistol, they had an answer to it. not quite as fruitful. No 2K from runner straight away. The tank is looking to get up and send this face.
This is not how you meant to play a Sage.
There's no way, and he's going even further. And again, Kix is not ready for it. You've got to have your gun out every single time, every moment of the game. If you don't, you might as well die. Well, if you do, you might die anyway. Gentlemates have turned up with thirst for blood.
That's the pistol player. That's the only guy who had a pistol. That's why he was playing like a lunatic, because it didn't even matter if he went down in this round, just earn up an extra orb. But that's another Andalucia flawless. And honestly, this looked like, you know when people go into like one of the other gamers, like playing Unrated or something, and then they upload clips to YouTube and it's like, look at me playing Sage in a real game. This guy's doing it in pro games. He's just running around having a laugh. Putting up grim walls, just doing that. It's crazy.
Absolutely ridiculous.
He's a maniac.
Insane. But we're the insane asylum here, because we're the ones witnessing it.
There's my buddy.
How does Vitality even come back from this mentally? They've got guns now, right? They've got something to work with. But it's the final straw. Lose this and you'll be losing the game. Your own map pick, by the way.
Yeah. It's more so as well, this bonus has a lot to it. Like, you had the one pistol that went and farmed up all the kills, then you have the rifle that's brought back up, so it's Bulldogs alongside a couple of Vandals. Mates as well, normally pretty good on their attack side of most maps because of that sort of structure of trading that's been created by Existence. And, well, once they get in the afterplant, they're ever deadly safe as well as Caught. He's gone for that peek into mid, and with the tank already getting that opener, I'm really nervous for Vitality.
I am too. Gentlemates knew that their fate is in their own hands, that they need a win here today. And honestly, it looks like they want it more. Onto this B site they go. 2 defenders for Vitality, not a bad read. Sender though, not going to play the safe. Oh, this is going right after him. But he had to give away his position. Goes for the outside swing, but Logan is there ready to deal with him. And as long as this round goes, the more Vitality feel like they're behind. Spike going to be going down. What's the answer here for Vitality? Well, not much, because Bayas is going even further. Again, not allowing Vitality to set up, not letting them feel comfortable, but it's Shreks. If this is the round to bring Vitality back, then I don't know what we're watching here.
He's been given the jewels, he's been given the fights,
wow.
But eventually Takas is going to be the one to put him in the grave. It definitely got a little bit dangerous, but again, this is a much more disjointed Vitality from what I'm used to seeing. That was barely a peak, but you could see Sender force into the open, no one really there to back him up, and then just, again, like runner left, it basically just came down to these fights where, yeah, mates are just going to go running into the site as a group, and we're now looking at this, they have won 9 rounds in a row. There's been no response for a long, long time.
That's crazy. I don't blame Salah for taking a timeout here, because Vitality, honestly, obviously under pressure, they've started to take risk. We're starting to see isolated fights come out for them. We start to see unassisted fights, whether that's orb collections or over peaks. They're getting a little bit in their heads here, and we're not, you know, we're not strangers to seeing Vitality get into their own heads. They've had struggles closing out maps. They've had struggles closing out series. We're not strangers to this at all. But yeah, Salah's trying to put them back in their place here. Get serious about this one.
I also think just Gentlemates, like a lot of the time you're going to see Gentlemates either play very, very sort of like close games or games where they look fantastic, because a lot of the time they'll drag teams into their style of play.
Yeah.
So like look at the way that at that round, for example, Sender going for like a bit of a ballsy play. We saw Whalers do exactly the same thing in the last half and get 3 kills. And that's the thing, it's like, you look at this and go, okay, they're pushing me, I want to try and bring the round back into our favor, and they're like, you're playing our game now. You're in our court now. And that's the thing, they've come into this, looks incredibly well prepared. They're running a composition that is not very Gentlemates-esque, and it looks good.
It really does. Taking a page out of Heretics' playbook, and so far, looking pretty spicy. And honestly, we haven't really seen too much of their attack, to be fair. It's all been Vitality being trampled over. Maybe we'll get a chance here, but it's pistols for Vitality. They've got to respect it. It's going to be one of those rounds that we've seen so many times before over on this A-site take.
Bomb grenade out.
But maybe they need a bit of a confidence boost. The Save getting a couple of Sherry headshots. Starting to feel they can smash heads again, because that's what they know how to do. They've got really great players on this Vitality roster. They need to remember that, of their capabilities, right?
Yeah, the annoying thing though, again, about what Gentlemates is running with this comp, is you have all the utility, minus obviously Runner's Raise, to just clear every angle. Like you can have a Fragment, you can have Nano Swarm, Snake Bites, whatever you like. Then you just have a wall. So against Pistols, you just spending all your time breaking it.
Well, that's explosive. And it looks like Gentlemates will get an Andalusia flawless. It looked casual, it looked easy, probably because it was that round.
Yeah, no, again, once this gets into an afterplan, especially when you're up against Pistols, it's so difficult to get back in because, again, they're happy to brawl. A crazy streak of rounds. 10 rounds in a row.
Double digits.
We were looking at a scoreline that was in favor of Vitality. The first few rounds, it looked pretty scary for Gentlemates, but the turnaround has been impressive. The stand-up from their individuals has been even better.
It's been one of the criticisms from Gentlemates, right? They do have very good shooters in the likes of Logan and Natank, but it felt like the rest of the team fell a little bit far behind. They're all shooting today. They're all alive. They're all participating in the action. And maybe that's what they were missing, really. I mean, we knew that's what was missing, but definitely not this game.
Sender again's under serious pressure. I can only assume this is going to be a retake, because there's not really much he can do, especially with a Thrash already looking to clear some of those close angles.
He's still close to the action, though. And with Save's first blood, there might be an opening, but Whalers has been caught behind. Good thing they throw out the Thrash, because there's no way I don't think they would have expect this. Easy pick. Can they just find the landing here? A little bit troubling. Bayaz again being sneaky. No way. No way, they don't check this.
Oh, he flashed him.
Oh, no way! They still don't check his corner. No bloody way. Still 2 kills. Hasn't been the timing for them. Oh my God, it could have gone either way. But Vitality get the stick in the end and calm us all down.
That might be the most annoying thing about Wingman. It's just that he has to shoot Wingman because it's defusing, but he doesn't want to because he wants to get a kill. So it's sort of like you have to try and choose the lesser of evils here, and unfortunately for him, he's not quite able to get anything done.
Safe was looking the other end, so the only player that could have possibly spotted the Dizzy hitting him was not looking the right direction. That's why he went unchecked for so long.
Well, the streak has been broken. It's 10 of the last 11 rounds, still an awful long way to go. Runner's Operator really didn't get seen in that last round, so that's again going to be aggressively taken. Look at the pace, though. Pace are just running it down.
They really are. Press W, press mouse 1. That is your recipe of success at this point. Sender, what on earth can you do here? It's a completely different setup for Gentlemates this time around. Vitality need to find the answer. They've got to know how to deal with this, otherwise it's over on map number 1, and they're down their own map pick. Takas wants to go aggressive, and for good reason, Runner finally puts him to rest. But how much more can you find? Sender's in the fight, still on site. He needs reinforcements, and he doesn't quite have it yet. Gentlemates playing this together. Now Tank finding presence. A triple already to him, and he knows exactly where Runner's going to come from. Trex is going to try and assist, but it's all too lost. It may all be in vain. A 1-on-3, that is just cannot be. It's Gentlemates, but there was nothing gentle about that first map.
I think we were owed about 3 aces within this series that all ended up being 4Ks, but what an incredible turnout from Gentlemates today. They've always looked good when it came to facing off against this Vitality roster. Honestly, Vitality need a response, Pavlos. I guess we'll see after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Stand too close, it might get hot and start dripping on. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts. Spent a bag on the whip, parked in valet. Just took another trip, skipped a drive, called my pilot, then jet down to LA. Yeah, tell me, who you know like this? Let the beat bang, turned off the light switch. I was in the VIP and met a spicy mamacita. Took her ass straight to Costa Rica. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts. Step back, homie, don't let this freezer go dripping. Cause these jewels might mess around and flood the whole kitchen. Took a bit to get it, was on a mission. And now it's platinum plaques, back to back. I spent a couple mil, you spent a whole rack. Bought the block just to give it back. Remember I was moving rocks, now I spit crack. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts. I'm too cold for you. Diamonds straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice, homie. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts. I'm too cold for you. Diamonds straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice, homie. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts.
What a fantastic start that was for Gentlemates against Team Vitality on Icebox. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here once again with Kukuka, joined by Mitchman. Now, you don't have much luck with Enzo, but it seems like you are a real good luck charm to Logan over here.
It feels like it. It feels like it. Every time I'm in the building, I see the guy win, I see the first guy lose. It's unbelievable. I can't cast Enzo, but I can be on the desk for Logan, and the guy looked pretty good today. I mean, just another day at the office, I guess.
I mean, I think it was not only him, the way that they actually managed to bring it back, you know, playing to their strengths, but also reading into what Vitality was doing was very, very nice to see from them.
I mean, Kukuka, now we can understand why they changed that comp.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, not only that, we've gone from a team that either ran that super vanilla comp or plays a double duelist to play a duelist-less map, and the way that they were doing it was by looking for every single initial duo from the defense, right? You do not have the jet, you do not have a way to deny that trade, but it didn't matter for them. Natank on the wing, excuse me, have you heard of Natank on the wall? That was unreal to watch. Perfect timing, thank you, production. But I think that we can see the spirit of any of the players. We saw Natank, even though he was on the stage, he could not care less. He's a duelist at heart, and I think that changing the composition adapts them to the times that we're seeing today, and to a certain extent, came as a surprise for Vitality.
And the beautiful thing about it, just to piggyback off that, Natanka's leading stats, bar Woot. Woot kind of ruined that, but let's say people that have played more than 2 series, he's dominating stats for ADR, for ACS, for absolutely everything all season long. This guy is playing unbelievable, so it's no surprise to see him still deliver that kind of performance here.
And this is the thing, they refused to change the Gecko to the Gecko this entire time. And Mitch, they finally did it. Did you think that was a good decision?
I think so. I think generally it's a pretty good decision. Works a lot better for them as well, having the utility to actually get into a position to plant versus like what Vitality were running here. I feel like there's a lot of problems for them. Something I was talking to Ulysses about backstage during this game, that they just can't get into the site. They're using all the utility to get in, and then they have nowhere to go afterwards. Left open in duels, and that's where Gentlemates dominate every time from what we've seen.
And even with that, like, the pressure was not there. We even saw some post-pass situations where you could see the Gentlemates had the upper hand time after time.
And this is the thing, Benji was telling us, if you want to have a chance against Team Vitality, you gotta shut down Safe. And here he is, Safe, that is, in the AIM Labs warm-up. I mean, they were shutting him down, but the thing with Safe is Kukuka, he never really has a bad series. He could maybe not win the map, but we just know that he's probably gonna come out swinging on the next one.
Yeah, hear me out. I think that Vitality is going to come in super prepared for that second map, for that Sunset. If we think about it, and the last time that they faced against each other, they played this map twice in the 2 encounters that they had, but the last one was a 13-3. Although Gentlemates ever since changed the composition. I think that they're proving that they're very good on adapting from week to week, understanding why some things are not working and what can they do to change them.
Yeah, it was weird for me at the start seeing their Sunset comp, seeing Logan move off a Cypher isn't something that I expected to see. The guys in my brain etched as one of the best Sentinels we have in the league for various reasons. Some happy, some not so much. But the reality is, they're all happy. We love good Valorant. The reality, his Sheriff is pretty good on any agent. But the reality is, this is a team that's shown that they're willing to change things up, even on individual comfort levels. And I think that's essential to stay ahead in a league like this. Add to that what they did well here that other teams haven't been able to do was shut down Vitality and Pistols. In all their close games, like up against Foot, for example, they're coming out barely by a handful of rounds. And then you look back and you see in the first 6 rounds, they found 5 of the rounds in most halves that they've played so far. So when they get off to that slower start, we haven't had to see them bounce back that much.
I absolutely love that you bring up Foot, because actually in their match, they managed to bring it back, to go into map 2, forgetting what had happened on that map 1, even though there was Ascent and should have been pretty, like, bland, it wasn't. I think that Foot came up with so many ideas, and Vitality were just not ready, which is literally what is happening right now. So for Sunset, a map that they knew was one of the pivotal chances, especially after they banned the Ascent, they have to be prepared, and it has not to do with the composition or anything else.
Yeah. Well, we saw in the AIM Lab shoot-around, we were looking at Safe, and he's who I'm super excited about coming into this. I'm a sucker for a good Viper player, right? You talk about Liquid, it's not just Enzo. Mystic back in the day.
I thought it was just the Odin.
He caught my eye. Hey, the Odin definitely does its work for me, but reality is his Viper is scary, and coming into Sunset, that's something they're going to have to lean on this side if they are able to beat stats leaders like Natank in a series where they're already on fire.
I mean, this is the thing, Vitality, they have to win. They have to bring it back. We were talking about it this morning. They're one of the few teams that had their own fate in their own hands. If they just win their remaining games, which on paper doesn't look extremely difficult for them, they will lock themselves into playoffs. And if they lose here today, Kukuka, that changes everything for them.
Yeah, of course. And also, having Trex coming in, I think that there is a lot into their minds. Not only that, they have to play twice this week, and starting off with a loss is something that no team wants to face.
Yeah, exactly. For Gentlemates, though, I feel like the pressure was off them a little bit. I think Palos is even mentioning they are the underdogs coming into this. I'm interested to see what they're going to have here on Sunset. Do they make another change? What do you guys make of this?
Okay, so Takas is going to be moved onto... Okay, so they bring in the Sage. Okay, Natank is just feeling very
He's on the wall, like you said.
He's on the wall. Natank on the wall, hear me out. And Takas is going to be moved onto that raise that Natank was praying previously. I mean, there is no Gecko, but I can see the ways of this working. I think that the usage of the Sage wall, especially on the defense, should give Whalers a little bit of more room to move around the map for you.
I have to say, I'm a little bit disappointed, though, because I was expecting to see Takas on the Neon, where he has just been flawless in terms of opening duels. They're very good at setting him up. Someone like Bay has his flashes consistently hitting. And you're playing against Vitality, who don't typically run a Cypher, so you're not worried about those traps. But no, we won't see the Neon here today. Let's see if the Rays can live up to it, though.
I can't wait to see it indeed. Vitality, they have to win here. Pavlos and Tom, the pressure is on.
you making that rhyme there, but yeah, there was nothing poetic about Vitality's performance the previous map. They really have to amp it up. They really have to show up on the second map, Sunset, where they have had historical success against Gentlemates, but that was against a different composition.
Yeah, the fact that they picked into this map, I think, clearly shows that they're feeling confident that they're going to be able to upset a team that have been able to basically beat them on this map 33-13-10. So I think that obviously it's a different time, changes completely in their composition, and their last one was very reliant about like set plays, and this one can be, I feel, a little bit more free-flowing. I also think it's disruptive. That's what the Sage does. That's what Foot have done very well with the Sage on other maps as well, is just making things awkward.
Well, let's see if they're able to make it awkward yet again, but this time on the defensive side. Quick push coming out from Takas. Lovely flash coming through from Beyaz, allowing 2 quick kills, and Gentlemates already on pole position for this round.
Beyaz, someone who I think has very underrated supportive utility. His breach on this map in the past was fantastic as well, but again, the pot flashes, this man is selfless when it comes to a lot of the fights. And, well, you can already see how this one, again, is just going to be a blink and you miss it. Gentlemates have won this round and very clean indeed.
Wait, I blinked. What happened? Oh, right. Gentlemates won. Everyone died.
That's what happened.
Yeah. Very quick, very explosive, and I don't know, what adaptations are we looking to see here from Vitality? Because the last one, they started to get a little bit nervous, a little bit uncomfortable with their positioning. They made mistakes. I don't know, how do we expect them to fix that up here on the second map?
They've always been pretty comfortable on this one. I think a lot of what they do well is those sort of slow default rounds. We saw it quite a bit during kickoff, obviously slightly different in terms of their personnel, but the idea behind it, it's not going to be too different. Happy to sort of play the map and just sort of work off the picks that they can get. And that's the thing. And Gentlemates are a team that like their set plays. We've seen it in the pistol round, like those combination of flashes. This one, can't really expect much.
Yeah, there's a crossfire setup here. Well, they are able to lock out Natank from this round.
Not 2 maps in a row.
Yeah, if anybody has watched the previous map, they know what happened the second round. Conversion from Vitality. But this time around, Beyaz has got a response to it, and all of the Vitality players moving in together, they're walking into a Cypher setup.
A little bit wary of mid, so because of that, we're not really going to see Whalers paying a massive amount of attention. Normally, of course, we're looking at Logan playing that Sentinel role, but I guess just wanting to have a little bit more maneuverability, put him into more aggressive positions, which you can do with that Omen. The fact is, though, Vitality have got themselves in an afterplan. Doesn't look like they're stopping there, and
Takas does Takas things.
Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Again, we've talked about the multi-frags. This one may be the least impressive of the lot, just because it's up against the full eco, but they did need someone to pick up those kills.
I'm going to be honest, Takas at the start of the season didn't quite show up at the level many expected him, right? Think about his run from Ascension, from the Challenger Leagues, getting into VCT EMEA. He has been a star, but he's flown under the radar if you compare them in the likes of other duelists playing up, you know, other performers in this league. And today he seems to be doing pretty well, already getting his stats padded up from this round. But I'm also considering the previous map, right, where he had a lot of those opening kills, a lot of those conversions were down to him.
Yeah, I think also it might just be down to keeping things a little bit more simple. A lot of the compositions that Gentlemates like to run, as said, like the initial comp they ran on this map, it revolved around a Raze Yoru breach combination where they try and set up stuns across the map to sort of put these players into play. I think today we're seeing them go to more meta comps, and that will be more exciting for me if anything. Not the comps themselves are more explosive when you watch them the other way around, but it's more so I want to see if Gentlemates can do it, because if they can play the meta and then have those explosive comps, that makes a great team rather than one that can cause an upset here and there.
Yeah, for too long maybe they have looked past the flexibility these compositions provide, and now may feel a little bit more comfortable to be free-flowing, right? That's where they thrive most, being able to switch things up all the time. Orb will be collected for free from the tank. Get that res a little bit sooner. Takas is pretty close to his showstopper. Only 1 orb away.
And they're not really pushing and probing around the map too much. Potentially just looking to play more of a retake. That aggressive wall can, again, just be an irritation. It gives free information. Also, the slows more than anything. It just disjoints a lot of what you're going to have, of course, the timing here is going to be everything, but that slow again is just going to be annoying. It allows already the rotation to fully begin. You can see across the map, already making their way back towards this A site.
And the fact that Vitality are tiptoeing their way into this A site, it's going to take a while for those to come into fruition. The tank, great on the opener. And even if he's blinded, he still finds impact. And Gentlemates have got all of the cavalry arriving just in time. The smoke is a little bit too deep, and Whalers is able to surpass it, no problem at all. Still though, Vitality finding some answers, running out of time. The wingman is sent to put the spike down. Whalers and Logan are there to secure the dub. Vitality are really not allowed any round wins today.
No, and then again, it's just the explosive individual plays that drag them through. Huge round coming out of Whalers to sort of just break this apart. The thing is that the counter flash, I believe, in that early fight that came out of Bears actually saved him, I think, because he could see the player flashed rather than just being completely blind, but also his opponent can't see anything. So again, just solid counter utility from Bears, a silent hero, while Whalers might be the, I guess, the loud and proud hero.
Very true. Well, someone else that has got to be proud this round is Existence. I mean, looking at his team start to shake up a little bit better than they have last time. Or last kickoff, I would say. Any other of the other times we've seen Gentlemates play this year, to be fair.
I'll be honest with you, I came up here earlier during the first game.
Yeah.
He was having a little nap. I'm going to assume he had a really long night working counter, because this is the thing, like, people who don't know him from CS, don't know him from previous games, this guy was a mastermind and is a mastermind, not only in just setting up his own team, but also in finding counters for his opponents. So I think that's where you kind of look at Vitality now and go, okay, is this a coach battle?
It could be. Runner, first blood here. But you're right, Salah must have grown up looking up to coaches like Existence, right? He's definitely been around for a while. But this is Gentlemates restoring what should already be the status quo. Superiority in this round. It is, after all, rifles against the pistols. But yeah, I believe Salah is still the youngest coach in VCT EMEA right now. 23, 24 years old, something like that. And Existence, he's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
I was watching him before I got into esports, so that's all you really need to know.
Blinding.
There we
got
go.
nothing to say. Nothing to add to that.
Paranoia. It's going to get them in. That's the main thing. Get into the after plant. A trip doesn't look like it's been broken, though, so falling back might actually be a bigger problem. But with the weapons they have, you expect aggression. Safe, sender.
Wow.
Okay, this just got interesting.
It became doable. That's what happened. Natank in the smoke is not able to find the pieces. Bayaz has to save it. The IGL of Gentlemates looking to save the day. Sender having the backline covered allows Vitality collect the Thrifty.
That was so close to him pulling off another absurd round to give Gentlemates another victory that they probably shouldn't have had. But hey, it's the pistols, those sheriffs. You know that your opponents want to fight against you. Logan may be a little bit overzealous, but it looked like they corrected the round. But I like the adaptation from Vitality. You don't have the weaponry to hold. You just don't have it. You don't have the utility. So you have to try and get aggressive, proactive, and that's exactly what they did.
I love seeing Safe trying to hype up his players. He's been doing that a lot this season. He's changed completely in approach, kind of getting a leadership role in there. Fatherly approach, I'd say. But is it enough to put Vitality in? There are guns to work here with Gentlemates, and they've got a trap.
Don't lose to a Bucky, please.
Well, it's Natank. Natank on the wing! And he will succeed with the first kill. Whalers there to back it up. Replenish himself with some health.
He's still there.
And he's still alive, kicking, breathing, and may want to go for another fight.
Okay, I like it. Kicks from above,
No.
showstopper put in, rifle collected as well. Taka's going to be able to fall out of there without too much damage, and Logan's waiting as well to try and lock them in. The thing is, if he goes down here, this round is back on.
That was a bar fight. But now they've got to take a breath. Fresh air, Logan on the look! A double kill and round secured for Gentlemates.
He couldn't have timed that any better if he tried. Just peeks in as both players end up lining up, and I'm not happy that this worked. Obviously, he was just there for bait, but the fact that Natank manages to survive there for such a ridiculously long time, and you can immediately see the response from Vitality. You just lost a round that was based around a Bucky.
Just gonna let that sink in for a little bit.
Yeah, it's not something I've said so far this season.
No, I'm just talking about the situation right now, right? It's not looking great. And Safe right back with his mouth to the mic.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios as well where you kind of wonder how much is going to be put into play here for the side of Vitality. Because you've got Sender with a little bit of extra cash. Maybe they try a hero rifle because they do have themselves some pretty solid ultimates. Showstopper 2 away, Viper's Pit 1 away, and then everything else is online already. So even though the weaponry is not going to be ideal for a round like this, the ults are so good that you might want to try and gamble it and get yourself back in the game.
The thing is, it's not really the time to get back into the game, given how deep into their pockets they need to run in for this one, but they're not. Going to hold it out for the next one, but you're right. Ultimates are there. If an opportunity is presented to them, there may be a chance that they can take it back. But with that, there's a prerequisite, right? A kill or two. Can Runner be the person to bring that to them?
Yeah, he's using that extra cash in the exact way I'd like to see it. Give him an opportunity. Is actually pushing this. He's got the one way to sort of give him a little bit of extra space. He also has backup from Bayaz. He's going to know that Safe is on the other side. Can Safe hit another wonder shot? No, he can't. That's going to be the opener they were looking for again.
And right off the angle, Gentlemate's really good with finding these off positionings. And not only on these eco rounds, not only on these pushes, it's always, every single round they're able to get into positions that Vitality would never have expected. And these advantages just keep on mounting up. Potentially looking at a 5-1 here as they walk directly into Takas's territory. Not affected by the Dizzy, but the spray down is damn damaging. And may want to stick around for more. Runner does have the rifle and eventually puts it to use, but Gentlemates are already reacting to this.
Yeah, they got the information off the back of the knife. Got to be a little bit careful, though. These solo fights, when rifles have now been retrieved, definitely makes this round a little bit more dangerous. The cavalry is slowly arriving, though.
It really has, but Vitality have taken so long to push through. They don't have a chance to be winning out on these trades. They're playing off of a disadvantage. Sender trying to save it all out for his team, but not going to be happening this time. 2 survivors by the end of that one, and Gentlemates look unrelentless on this defensive side.
Yeah, still, for Vitality, not a bad round at all. Like, you invest one rifle into it, you didn't use any of the ultimates, they're now all online, and you're going to have yourself the rifles coming in for the next round. This sets them up at least to find a return to form. I am just getting a little bit nervous from them, though, because a lot of what Gentlemates are doing, again, they're taking risks, they're gambling on some individual fights, as you see, but a lot of it they're getting away with, and I'm waiting for the moment where Vitality are able to shut down some of those pushes.
That's very true. And once they do, Gentlemates might feel a little bit flustered. They're no strangers to that either.
I love the idea. I love the idea. It's so ratty from them just going up over the top of the wall. You can see an attempt being made by Safe to find a response. With the smoke fading, he has to fall back.
And Gentlemates, just like that, again, find mini advantages here and there. And even though Vitality have got everything to their disposal, they feel threatened. They feel hurt, limping their way towards this B site.
They're going to go through. They're going to go through the smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Safe is under some real trouble. There is absolutely no way he gets out of that. Perfect flash. Get rid of the lurker. That now makes this take onto the B site so much more difficult. And they've got no utility either.
Runner, you're going to have to come up huge with a showstopper here. You're going to have to find a wonder triple kill of some sort to put Vitality back in. And Gentlemates know they don't really need to pressure this, but Bayaz is pushed up quite far forwards. Not to be expected. Sender drops. Runner, retaliation found, but kicks ain't kicking no more. Runner, what do you do with this? Blinded as well. Across being covered by 4 players. And he can't have a chance with that. 20 seconds, but it's a countdown to his demise. Barely any health on him. Will try and go in for a bite, but his final mark will be seen by a blast pack to send him off. And Gentlemates collect themselves a 6th round.
I genuinely love watching this team. They have so many just risky but cool ideas. Like the initial wall over the top just to take a fight that nobody's going to be expecting. You smoke that off, you think it's almost an iron wall on the other side, and then to not only just sit there and go, okay, that's our aggression done for the round. No, there's another layer. They pop flash through, take out the lurker, and then it's just like they are boxed into the site. There's nothing else that Vitality can really look for. Again, they've now got 4 ults. One of them was used in the last round.
And they're still pushing. There's no freaking way. And this time Takas not really spotted Not quite sure if that was the same from a tank, but still, they keep on winning these fights. I can't believe it. I just can't.
Yeah, I guess Kicks must have just not seen anything as they just walk down mid. That is, again, just a blip. But Vitality have got to feel infuriated. That's their entry. That's runner gone for the entirety of the round. Nothing they can do about it. Showstopper out as well. And now you can see this is what Gentlemates do. They have that initial aggression, and then they just fall back. Maybe there'll be a re-aggress later in the round, but for now, they don't need to do anything.
Absolutely not. Logan does get walked onto. Uppercut. We'll put him to rest for now, but Takas, well, he'll be in trouble here. Not quite finding the comfort within that nade, but still drags one down with them. And Stave stuck around for Bayaz, but the rotation has come through for Vitality. They head towards this B site, and Gentlemates' defenses have greatly been extinguished.
It's a little bit awkward. The trips are still there. There's one more just in an obscure position. Rez has been used on the other side of the map, so it's actually going to be even for the retake. Whalers, though, he's trying to be a little bit cheeky, and that's exactly what he does.
No way, it works out. Catch a sender on the cross. And now there's a Viper's Pit available for Safe. Will he be using it? I don't think so. There's no real need. Actually, he goes in for it. Tries to find another angle. Maybe keep Gentlemates second-guessing themselves. Try and spray down upon them. Safe going around here. And the tank, though, I'm pretty sure he checks this. No, he doesn't. Walks right past him, shorty in hand, but Safe is right behind him, lurking like a shark. Looking to move out from the depths of hell and drag them all down with him. Is there enough time? I'm not quite sure there is.
Yeah,
oh, there is! There's plenty of time, and Gentlemates will be securing themselves yet another round.
Man got 5 kills and still lost the round. That's got to be one of the most brutal things ever. He would have had to get a 6k to take that one. The bonus ace would have been needed for Safe to be able to get that. And it's, the thing is, it started with such a strong performance from the side of Mates, aggressive positioning, good clearing off utility, and then this man just went absolutely ham, but it wasn't quite enough to get things over the line. Vitality, they're going to take their second pause within this first half, but the fact that it came down to Safe needing to pull out a miracle kind of shows the spot that they're in.
I mean, we're starting to see individuals shoot back. We're starting to see some positives from Vitality, but again, even though
Safe.
Vitality gets something going in their favor. Yeah, they've got Safe. Benji Fishy said it. Don't 1v1 Safe. Don't do it.
Yeah, they didn't. They 1v3'd him.
They 1v3'd him. Still.
He still almost won, but let's ignore that.
But Gentlemates had an answer in the likes of Whalers this time, who, to be fair, hasn't had great performances this entire year. But and it's one of those moments that any other player, any other team, you see a player like that isolated going for 1vx in any situation while there are other players around to help, is ludicrous. It's insane. It's a play that shouldn't happen, but Whalers went for it and it paid off.
I think the reason I think they've switched up the comp and put him on the Sentinel is because I feel like he is that smart player. He's the guy who is going to play the odds in the right way. Like, a lot of the time, Logan is a risk guy. Like, he will win you rounds with a Sheriff you'll never see before. Mitch is having flashbacks as we speak. But the fact is, Whalers is the person that, again, safely uses his can, gets the information, takes a 1v1 he knows he can win. And then it just works for the team playing off the odds.
And Vitality, their players, albeit being of some of the greatest caliber that we've seen in this league, haven't been quite showing up, apart from Safe. Okay, we said his name a few times. Got #1 Estonian on the server, yet to show his mark.
Don't you dare.
That is nuts. It's going to be checked by Vitality. It's at least traded. They expect Bayas to be there, but they drop back.
That's the thing. Again, that was more just conditioning. They've been placing that wall every single time so they can get themselves the orb. So this time they try and play on top of it, and they manage to take down Safe. Now, obviously, the trade is there. At the loss of Safe, after one of the only times we've really seen a round look competitive. Vitality, though, it's a pace change and the showstopper gets nothing.
Again, it's a risk play from Logan to actually make it work. It just holds his ground and presses that mouse 1 button. Vitality got the plant for them. At least they've got that going for them. And the Trex null command does deter Gentlemates from using any utility on close proximity. Takas wanting to go in with a showstopper and avoided by Trex, keeping Vitality alive. Still a 3v3, though. And that puts Gentlemates on the hot seat. Can now, not only do they have to get on the spike, but they have to deal with all the players hiding out. When Main still blinded, doesn't care. into the smoke. Vitality are starting to lose players left and right. Gentlemates are winning their trades, and there's nothing Kicks can do about it.
They're just doing everything right. Again, the util coming through, the team play and the retake looks fantastic. The fact is that showstopper was dodged by a millimeter. It actually sent the TPs out the way in the last second. But again, it's just locking in some of these individual fights and being able to take them all over the line in the end. 8-1. Running away with things. After what was a matchup that they played 2 times already this year. The first time they had a dominant map, then they fell flat. We've seen it before as well, where they've been dominated, even in some of the games where they played against Vitality. But every single time they got better. Every single time they've improved. And honestly, unless Vitality have something left in the tank, this might be the first victory for Gentlemates in this matchup.
I thought you said in the tank there, so yeah, I thought you did a little bit of wordplay, but no, not the case. Ultra aggro from Runner doesn't pay dividends because, quite simply, he's not a Gentlemates player. Because only those things work for Gentlemates players. It's gotten a bit under control. Well, not really. No one's got control over this one. Perhaps Safe Hat does? No, not really. Gentlemates, they took a bit of damage that round, but it's still theirs.
Yeah, there were moments where that looked possible. But again, it's only been that round number 4, that round off pistols. That's it. It's a Sheriff round. That's the only round that Vitality have managed to win in this one. You can understand in this round why there's some aggression. It literally is the Battle Sage. It's something I don't feel like has truly come back for a long, long time. Like, people would talk about it. Okay, maybe you could say Cracks did it when he brought it in, CNED a little bit. Other than Foot. No one has been running a Battle Sage. The tank is a Battle Sage. He is a duelist that just happens to have a heal.
Not a very good heal if you're healing yourself, but...
He's not just your healer.
No. That's the advert. Should be a next line of the Nana Tank song. But let's see how this one works out. Wow, very safe here. When works out, he's been sent on a mission, a solo mission, and comes out on top.
I can only assume that the tank thought that Logan had that cross covered, because the fact that they were so far forward already, definitely a little bit deadly. Oh, he manages to shoot it, but it's a good pickoff. Runner very quick on his feet, and it leaves just one man actually defending the site at the moment.
Honestly, if he got a pick off of the kill on Thrash, I would have been bowing down to our new king. It would have been nuts. But Vitality have some room to work with here. They've got numbers advantage. Dagger spotting out 3 players, doesn't prompt a rotate here from Vitality. They're actually sticking to their guns, and Gentlemates know of it. They've got this whole thing red. Flash is superb. Can they find an answer to it? Thrash in retaliation. Vitality, this is a chance, but Tuckers has come into the mix. He looks to spice things up, but it's still a 1v3, and an Operator isn't the right gun for the situation.
No, at the same time, financially, not in a bad spot. He can actually opt to try and risk this one. Try and go back in for something. He might not have the opt for the next round, but I don't think he'll mind.
Is he going to pick up a Vandal and go for the 1v3? Or is he going to go all the way around? He's got a knife out, though, and Trek is going to look at him. Bad timing! Imagine if he had his Operator out. That could have been a collateral, and this would have been an entirely different world.
Finally, we see a resurgence for Vitality. Again, good openers. I like that this time Safe almost just takes the initiative. Gets aggressive. I do think that there was expectations that Logan had that cross. I think that might just be slightly miscommed or just not catching him as he goes past, but that actually leads the tank going to his death, and he's been the main problem that they've had outside this A site. I think he might just go back to the standard of just walling something off at the beginning.
Is this the round, the catalyst, if you will, for Vitality? Can it all be the round that they needed, really? Draw it all back, find the confidence, but they are going to move quite quickly into this one, but there's already strong defensive setup here from Gentlemates. Seems that Vitality have no respect for it. Runner instantly in. Hasn't found an opener. Whaler's just spraying down. Toxic Stream goes out, but the flash is superb. Not quite enough to keep the Gentlemates defenders alive. But Runner has gone berserk, found 2 kills for himself, and Vitality heavily in the lead this round.
It looks like it's done. It looks like the 9-3 will be happening unless the tank has a wall that we've never seen before. A single kill will grant him a res. There is the kill. That's something at least. That will bring back theirs from the fray.
Hold your horses, everybody. This round's not over. Although the spike is ticking quite frantically. They've got to get on it quite quickly. A wall perhaps. Marsh, yeah, that's the denial, that's it. That's the end of that. But hey, wait, no way, no bloody way! Bias doubles up. There might be an opportunity here. Runner's gonna have to push past it! And Gentlemates make the impossible possible!
End it there. End it there. I can't believe it. There was literally just enough time for him to put that wall down and defuse. If he hesitates, what was it, 0.29 of a second? They lose that round. I literally cannot believe that we've seen this much impact of someone peeking in a round that was over, and then Beyaz just the bodyguard. Like, you are not getting past him.
Look at that smile from existence. Sorry, I need a second. I need to breathe. I need to sit. This is not reality.
I want a friend like Beyaz, you know? Someone who can defend me, make me feel safe.
Oh. Well, we all do need a friend like that. But here, Vitality trying to find something work out in the pistol. Yeah, we're all still overwhelmed from the previous one. Imagine how the Vitality players are feeling right now. That was stolen away from them. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh yeah, that's got to be like one of the biggest throw rounds I've ever seen.
They've used both their timeouts, right?
Yeah, that only happens because Drex dies, but I can't even blame him. Like, why would you expect them to be able to win with that much time left? A 3v3. The site of A is completely open. Like, there is nobody here. Even though there's aggression coming in, they may just opt to try and group up and play this one as a retake. I don't think it's worth the gamble for Sender to try and play this one, especially, bear in mind, he's got the paranoia. So he has the perfect piece of utility to try and get them back in. The thing is, though, if this is cleared quickly enough, they can get him, place that wall down, and just make things awkward. And as said, I feel like that's what Gentlemates are excellent as. It's just making a lot of the retakes, or a lot of the takes in the first place, awkward for the side of Vitality.
I guess Vitality spent the last few seconds taking a few breaths in. Might as well take any chance you get, because Gentlemates don't give them many of those. It's all down to timing on this exchange, which Sender does win. But again, it's Natank in a weird angle.
You'd see the wall and maybe guess that he's up here, but I'm not so sure. Paranoia's not even going to hit him. They're looking to break the wall. He peeks up and takes Runner for free.
On the wing! Bow down to your king! It's insane. It's Whalers with the triple. It's Gentlemates on 11, 2 away from closing out this series.
Whalers having a great time. 13-4 at the moment. Just, again, peak. The thing is the synergy of the risk. Like, you see the tank go over the top, and his teammate is with him all of the way. They have a spot. They have a little bit of a gap in the wall, which was actually created by Vitality, and he's just so ready to try and play off the back of it. At this point, Gentlemates are so high on life that they aren't losing this game. I just cannot see it happening. They're winning every single clutch, even the impossible ones. And for the side of Vitality, they have to gamble here. They're having to throw everything into this round just to try and have some form of semblance of competitiveness. It's depressing.
It's depressing. It's heart-squashing. If that's even a term, Vitality, though, they've had to dig deep into their pockets to try and find anything out of this. But of course, it's Natank to open up this round safe. Sheriff in hand, walled up, denied any opportunity to do anything, Kicks. You've got to come alive here, but Takas is just too damn clean, too damn accurate. Snaps on his head. It's the only thing we've been hearing, snapping sounds. It's been Vitality's heads, skulls being cracked wide open. What truly can you do? Close up the distance. You've got this thing as wall is being troubling to deal with. Safe, only good for the one as Takas looks to clean up with a ghost. Send up. You sent your team into death, and now you will have to follow them. All right, let's make it a bit comedic for Gentlemates, a little bit. They can't win that cleanly, but yeah, they are on map and series
decided
point.
to help them out. He's like, guys, I'm playing so well, I'm just going to name myself to end the round. He was 1 HP, to be fair to him. Like, I don't think it was... I hope it wasn't as close as you might think it was, but he's had a great round anyway. He also chucked off the rifle as well. Did it bounce back and he ran into it? Yeah, he did.
Ooh, yeah. There was one shell over the wall. that causes demise, but they're laughing about it. Why wouldn't they?
Of course they are.
Of course they are. Vitality have only gotten 7 rounds this entire series.
Unexpected, to say the least. I didn't expect anything of the sort. Runner looking to try and put the pressure on, but they're very quickly out of there. Look at the buy. This is what is left to try and save Vitality. It's something that revolves around SMGs. No, I would say primary rifles either. But they do have safe. They still have safe.
Might be the only thing they have. Whoa. The rifle reach still seems favorable for the Gentlemate's side. But anything that Vitality do, they need to second guess it, triple guess it. Very deep positioning here from Takas in mid, while the rest of the cavalry moving in towards this right-hand side. Safe's holding out. Only defender towards this A side. I mean, who else do you want? But honestly, if it's up against 3, even the greatest will struggle. Flash out indicating presence. Save has to drop back, respect it. Trex, good read onto Takas' positioning mid. Vitality have softened it out.
30 seconds left.
An opportunity. Safe again. He's just trying to buy time. 25 seconds left on the clock for them to try and make their move. He's going to drop the spike as well. There's a trade. Still a chance for a clutch. And it would be the most Gentlemate's way to close it ever.
Again, Tom, do you reckon? Logan on the plant, Bayaz on the swing, but it's Vitality to finally get a win.
It's not been their day.
This is not a mountain to climb, Tom. This is...
No, you're climbing a volcano. Even if you get to the top, you're going to get burned. Like that I don't see how they can possibly get back into this game, especially with the way that their opponents have been playing, even just on an individual level. Like someone like Whalers or Takas or Bayaz or the Tank or Logan will clutch out one of these rounds. Screw, if it goes far enough, maybe Existence will jump up on the stage and clutch one.
We've seen everything today, Tom. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that. But yes, Gentlemate in the stratosphere.
Get my way.
Merci. Oh, 1 sec. I will deal with him. And yeah, I'm sure he would. Buy round on both teams. Vitality, they've been able to hold on for a little bit. For how long can they do so though? Sender flashed off, but mid kept wide open for Gentlemates to move into.
Yeah, that flash was thrown in basically just as a ruse. It's forced them back initially and allowed them to claim space elsewhere. The rotation won't be anywhere near as quick as normal.
Runner there to try and stop up this onslaught. So far good for it, and it's clutched up from Trex. Good pincer movement. And for that, Gentlemates will have to wait to close out this game.
Tripwire destroyed.
Now Whalers has some space.
Come on, are we really believing again?
I like the fact that we're seeing Vitality basically just not overface this, not overdo it. Like they know that at any moment one of these players can just take over a round. So now that they have such a huge advantage, just don't give them those fights.
Logan trying to find an alternative angle to this. They know the approach has come mainly from mid, and that's where Whalers has shown his presence earlier, and now has done so again. Not quite going to use the cage just for it. One-sided smoke, yeah, that's going to complicate everything. I mean, 30 seconds, even if you do pick up the spike, you got to go for the plant.
30 seconds
yeah,
left.
This is not going anywhere. But good stuff from Vitality, though. Reacting good on the fly, getting a good crunch into mid, stopping Gentlemates, getting the right read. I think that's a big aspect to it, because I feel like Gentlemates have been keeping Vitality blind the entire game. It felt like Vitality are trying to read an invisible book.
Last player standing.
Yeah, I think also just what they've been very good at is with sort of utility a lot of the time you can't do a lot with. They've been very good at doing a lot with it. Like, again, just like a Sage Wall. The amount of times they've been caught by something silly off the back of a Sage Wall, that it must just be infuriating. In the end, Logan's going to get to keep his gun, but there shouldn't be much more behind it. Maybe a few sheriffs here and there. They still have the res on the tank as well, so maybe they can put something into play this round. I think the only other real danger will be the showstopper. If that gets close, maybe there's a chance that Mates can steal this one.
That's fair. I mean, given that Logan has also won away from the shadows, we might even see some crazy luck. I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen everything. We've seen everything. Gentlemates, though, looks like with their setup, they're having their eyes onto this A side, which Vitality have heavily occupied this time.
It's a common point of contention, especially early in the round, and just sending Runner. He's got a showstopper as well if they really wanted to try and put them in the dirt. It's going to be a triple peek, and actually they've caught Logan. That is the one rifle. I think it's going to be retrieved though, yeah. Takas will be able to get that without too many problems.
Logan was dubious in intention there. It won't work out for him though. Takas will have to give it a go with his Vandal. Not to say that the Sheriffs don't hit hard from Gentlemates. You've got to respect it. The safe is front line on defense here on B.
Poison's off.
And Gentlemates running up the clock.
Not anymore.
That's very true.
Yeah, the information garnered. You can see players already in position 3, in fact, as they look to actually aggress off their own utility. This looks like it's going to be an absolute bloodbath, just leaving the tank, and now Beaz, I don't think he's clutching this one out. The streak of rounds continues for Vitality again, though. It's the weaker weaponry. Now is where we'll actually see the buy.
I mean, it's rounds like those that when Gentlemates won, they left no survivors. Vitality, though, not really having the same success. You know, they lose a couple players here and there. It's always, the economy is always kept in check, right? Not really allowing Gentlemates, not really allowing Vitality, rather, from gaining momentum here.
I will say, when you're 12-5 down, as long as you can buy it, doesn't matter.
I don't know. That's very true. That's very true.
They have enough credits to buy every round until they lose. I think that's what we're looking at the moment. Unless all 5 players die like 2 rounds in a row, I don't think that's going to be Vitality's biggest problem. And actually, they are going to get another pause now, because Gentlemates are going to take one instead. I think it's a good time. Like, the ults are pretty much all building up. Like, I don't mind if Gentlemates even just, like, stack them so they have all 5 and then just go, okay, all we need to do is take this one round. The only thing is it's the same for Vitality. Like, you got 2 ults that are just 1 away, 2 away, and then you have yourself the showstopper already available. So it's not a bad position for both sides to be in. Again, though, you just still have to look at the amount that needs to be done. This would have to be a 10-round streak, the same as what we got in the last map for Gentlemates.
Yeah, and there are many types of timeouts also that coaches bring out, whether that's kind of a tempo swing, but I feel like this is Existence laying the lay of the lands, right, for his team. They've got a lot for them this round. He's just making sure that Gentlemates have got the right plan of action to just close it out right here, right now.
Yeah, I think as well, when you win that first half in the manner in which you did, where it was basically just from strength to strength and pretty much no rounds you could lose, I think when it starts to come back, even at the early stages, when you have 2 pauses, use one of them.
Hyper-aggressive from Runner here, trying to disrupt anything that Gentlemates have got going for them right on time. As soon as the dagger falls out, Runner reacts. And that's the early pick and damage onto Beaz.
Oh, it's Takas as well. He almost wiped out 3 players. That would have been an absurd way to kick off the round, but even still, he's done so much.
But Vitality take long to back away, which gives moment for Gentlemates to enter into this B side.
What is he? The man is used from the shadows to go into their spawn. I love that they've had this is like the most matchmaking strat I've ever seen. Like, use the distraction, the disparity.
You can see Vitality are going for a check. Going to look out what the hell is going on, but Logan has found the right timing to change the tide of this round. How the tables turn. And safe on site in trouble as well. Gentlemates, no way this is a round that they are able to win it off of losing early players, early damage. Takas, he knows exactly where Vitality are. They've got the spike planted, they've got numbers advantage. Vitality kicks and Sender holding hands on this one, hoping they can make it through to live and fight another day. Whale is dropped. And that makes things a little simpler, but they've got to move outside of a smoke, and they don't really have a flash to do it. They're going to have to go for a dry peek, and Logan puts them to rest. Gentlemates, a 2-0 that no one thought possible, keeps their hopes for playoffs alive.
Honestly, we've always had nightmares, or many people have, when it comes to Logan. You think about his Killjoy, you think about his Cypher, mainly Sentinels. Yeah. People are going to have nightmares about his Omen tonight. They TP'd into the sport to close it out, but it was a team performance today. From bottom to the top in terms of kills, just 5 difference from the entirety of the team. And that's the thing with this Gentlemate squads. When they're on the same page, when they're running it down, when they're working together, when they're trading effectively, and when they have the right plan, they could beat anyone.
Got to add something to that, and when they're feeling it. And let's be fair, today they were feeling it.
Yeah, I think the tank Sage as well, like, just allow that man to go for some trickery no matter the agent. It's just a little bit of fun. I think he's having a great time.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. What a tremendous performance from Gentlemates today. Not only did they show up, but they made Vitality leave. Right there, souls and hearts went in this one. Gentlemates Well, they fought really hard for this, and they definitely deserved it. They are your victors of match number 2 of the day with a 2-0 victory against Vitality.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Let's go!
Well, Gentlemates, they have finally gotten their revenge against Team Vitality. And what a way to do it. Welcome to Postplant. By the way, we will be joined by Whalers in just a moment from Gentlemates. But for now, I've got Mitchie. I saw Natang dancing on stage there. Do you reckon he was dancing to Natang on the wall?
It could be. I saw him dancing on the wall quite a bit as well, in and out of angles. And my God, it's been a while. I heard Tom say it on the cast as well. The Battle Sage, it's back, baby. And Natang made it look like it was 2021 all over again. This guy was unbelievable. And I said going in, stats leader in many ways. He might be competing with Wood again after that, even with the smaller sample size.
I bet you he feels like nice to be off the Phoenix studio for a little bit, you know, because it felt like that he just had to like get the orb all the time, flash all the time, ulti to go in all the time. Yeah. But who knows? You can just stand on a wall and do all of that.
I mean, this is it. We're going to have Whalers later, and I want to ask him about this because it's a weird philosophy. You look at this guy on a duelist, you go, he's pretty good, but let's change it up. Let's put him on a better duelist on the Sage where, I mean, even that wall to win out the pistol round, to have bought the wall, to be in the right position. Oh my God, the guy is just unbelievable.
Well, he ward and then he got himself onto another wall, which wasn't his wall, and then won the round as well. I just feel like maybe the Battle Sage meta, we should bring it back.
Well, it was the buy round, right? Where he gets the kill, gets his res online, reses a teammate, goes back out, 2v3, still looks unwinnable. Wall, perfect positioning. They almost break it, but then I think it was Bayaz swinging in to kill them all as they try to stop the defuse. That was like a movie scene playing out. Just perfection and perfect Valorant.
Oh, honestly, hearing the Gentlemates fan go wild as well when that moment happened was so nice. But the problem is, where does this leave Vitality? Do you reckon this is going to be rough now for them to even make playoffs, given everyone else in their group is basically winning their games?
Well, this is what we touched on in the previous series, right? Like, this is a stacked alpha group, and for Vitality, making it, pushing it through, it's going to be really tough without that win under their belt. They have, I believe they're the team that has 2 matches this week, right?
Yeah, they got Giants.
So Giants up next. Is it Koi after that? Yeah. So, like, that's somewhere they could take those 2 wins, but now they're in a similar position to where Liquid are, where the win or the process to get to playoffs is sort of in the hands of other teams. They have to rely on other results not going their way and on winning both of their games. That's the one leg up they have on Liquid. Liquid only have 1 game left. They have 2 chances to take a step forward.
But this is the other thing, though. They got 2-0'd because I feel like we have teams here that even when they lose 2-1, they can grab a map. Maybe you'll get yourselves into like a 3-way tiebreaker, and then the map might kind of send you through based off of the tiebreaker rules. So I'm a little bit worried for them. I'm a bit scared for them.
Yeah, I would be pretty terrified if I was in their boots. I think, especially with some of the other matches that teams in their group have coming up that look to be kind of the easier ones of their season, the chances of them making it through now, very low. And also, you have to think about the potential then for ties to come through. So it's not just about getting those wins in terms of series on the board. It's about getting your 2-0s, dominant victories in those matches. So if it comes down to something like round difference, you will at least have an opportunity to push it. And this 2-0 definitely doesn't help them out in that regard.
I will say that you've suffered in the hands of Logan. You know, you've been on the receiving end of what he can do. How are you feeling about his performances right now?
The guy's unbelievable. I mean, it is strange as well, like I say, to see this guy not on a Sentinel and still deliver that level of performance, but he's just next to untouchable.
Yeah,
hello, Whalers.
And speaking
welcome.
of unbelievable, Whalers, welcome. I've been waiting a long time to have you here with us. Welcome. Congratulations for today. Before we ask you a lot of questions, are you aware of a chant that involves your name, which we're trying to like push into everyone's brains right now? Like a fan chant.
A fan chant? What do you mean?
With your name. I made one up, and I'm trying to.
I didn't hear about it.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay because I feel like everyone in the studio hate me because whenever you're on the screen, I just go Whalers, 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 just like over and over again. And I did that a lot today. You really popped off.
Thank you. Yeah, but I mean, it's been rough for us because we walked really hard, and I don't know, we couldn't like show like how we walk out on the stage, so it was very frustrating. But I think today we just came and showed up a new face, and we just played like we were supposed to play, and yeah, it worked for us.
I think today was a real statement because you faced Vitality. I feel like they're the team you keep facing. This is the third time you've gone up against them. Do you feel like all of the experiences you had going up against them before maybe helped you to get the reads and not be so afraid of them this time around?
Not really. I think just like, I don't know, against Fnatic and Casey, we just didn't play like ourselves. And it cost us because they're really good like individually. So yeah, there was just a no match and that was so frustrating for us. So yeah, today we just showed up a new face.
I have to ask, man, like coming into this series for Vitality, do you think that they're a team that delivered their highest level here today and you guys were able to defy that anyways? Or do you think they played a little bit below their level? Like Icebox, for example, coming in, their attack side was really tough. Do you view that as something you guys did extremely well or something they did poorly?
I think like we came with a new like comp.
Yeah.
And I think it maybe, I don't know, they couldn't play like they were supposed to. And yeah, it worked for us, so.
This idea of bringing in the new comp as well, is this something that's coming from existence? Is it a team effort? How did this come about?
Yeah, it's come from existence,
Of course. He was smiling so much today. I'm glad you mentioned the comp, because let's talk about it a little bit more, because everyone else in this region, except for you guys, play the Gecko. You were the last team. It kind of felt like you didn't want to, or maybe didn't suit you. So why do you think it took so long? And do you think maybe the Gecko is helping you getting some wins here?
Yeah, obviously it helped a bit, but like I think we can play without it anyway. So yeah, we just didn't play like ourselves. So I think we can play in the agents. That's not a problem. But yeah, obviously like when you play when you have like an initiator like Gecko or Fade, it helps a lot. So yeah, we are. I don't know. I think it just like make Valorant easier if you use
Life
Gecko.
on easy mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Life on easy mode. So why did you guys wait so long for this Gecko, and why today to bring it out?
Because we believed in a comp, and it was working pretty good in pracs. So yeah, unfortunately not on stage, but yeah, it just helped us, so we just took it.
And what are your views, Mitch, on the Gecko? What did you think?
But the Gecko in general, I agree with you. I think it just makes life a lot easier. That flash right now for info, when you throw up the Dizzy, you're knowing exactly where players are, how many of them there are, these sort of things. It's a really useful agent. I'm curious for you guys, watching you with some of these pop-off plays, the energy went super high. And what we see, like you guys were screaming, you're getting up, you're very animated. And we see a lot of coaches and a lot of teams call for pauses when those things happen to calm the team down. But you guys didn't seem to do that. Do you play well with this energy?
Yeah, I mean that's what that was like actually a problem, because we are really we are a hype team. So if we are just not hyping each other, it just fell off. And even if, like I don't know, like Nathan was clutching last game and no one was screaming for him, so we just like change everything and say, yeah, let's be ourselves.
I mean, talking about Natank as well, these walls, how much time was spent on the ideas for Sunset? You guys were so aggressive. Well, walls inside of mid, fighting on top of them. I mean, there were some cool ideas where like a couple of times you'll wall a position and then 3 rounds later, someone's on top of the wall to surprise them. And these things are cool, some conditioning, but I've never seen a team, or at least not recently, have so many ideas of how to use a wall so aggressively. Is this something you spent a lot of time on, or is this something Natank spent a lot of time on himself?
I don't know if I can say.
Of course, if you can't say that, that's okay also.
We just stand on that one.
So I will give you an easier way to answer. Is it Natank that wants to be on the wall? Is it existence that's like, hey, you'll get on the wall? Stand on the wall.
I will just not say anything.
Okay, when the year is over, we can talk about this when the year is over, maybe. I also want to talk about your role as well. Obviously, Logan, you have your teammate, one of the most experienced Sentinel player, I think, in the world at this point. He was spamming Killjoy Cypher over and over again his whole career. So I think for the rest of us, it felt weird that you and him switched agents. What was the reason for that, and how comfortable are you on the Cypher?
It's mainly because I feel like the Sentinel play way different than last year, and it was more suiting for me on depend on the map, obviously, and yeah, it just working now. So
you like it?
Yeah, obviously I like it.
Yeah, you're enjoying it. There was some cheeky little cypher camera stuff you were doing as well. Actually, speaking of that, in terms of you coming into the role, I know compared to everyone else in this league, you know, you didn't immediately switch at the beta. It wasn't like you were grinding all the way through those years. I know in 2021, 2022, you kind of came in a little bit, competed a couple times, but it wasn't until 2023 that you really committed to switching. So do you at any point feel like there is catching up for you? Do you ever feel like maybe it's harder for you because you haven't been playing as long?
Yeah, it was harder for me because of the keyboard and mouse, obviously. So yeah.
Wait, so when was the first time you used keyboard and mouse for this game?
I mean, I played CS:GO, but you know that was just on my extra time when I was when I was pro back in the days on COD. But yeah, I think the mainly thing was like to step up on the keyboard and mouse. That was the hardest thing because I think on the macro I was alright, but not on mechanically I was terrible.
So did you have to train a lot for that? Like spend more time using?
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Because I think that was very easier to switch for Logan, for example, because he came from CS than me. So yeah, I'm working hard. I'm still working hard, and yeah, hopefully, like I will be at my prime in a couple months, maybe next year. I don't know.
I think you were looking great out there today.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I was gonna say. You know, you're saying you guys are trying to work it out. It looks like you've got a lot of it figured out already, not just on the server, but mechanically you guys are popping off. And actually on that point, so you guys started out, you beat BBL, but you've lost to KC and Fnatic, arguably two of the best teams in the region. I wanted to ask you guys, coming through the tier 2 scene, right, because all these other teams, they've been locked into, they can scrim anyone, but they're playing officials against only the other franchise teams that are often unproven, rosters that are put together by coaches and get the slot. Do you think that the experience of going through that tier 2 system, going through Ascension, playing all of these different teams, helps you guys, gives you a leg up in terms of adapting to things on the server versus our other teams here in franchise?
I don't think so, because I think the tier 1 team actually play way better than the tier 2 team right now.
Okay.
And I think there's like a couple teams who actually play good in tier 2, but right now there is a gap, I would say. And yeah, we were struggling a lot against tier 1 team, but now we just keep evolving, and hopefully like we just like be the best team at the end of the year. But yeah.
So it's almost the opposite, if I'm reading you correctly, then, that coming from that system is almost a disadvantage for you guys, having not played against top teams consistently, right?
Obviously, because like they have the advantage of the experience, like of the stage, everything. So yeah, obviously it's an advantage.
Have you felt the stage has a big impact on any of you, or on you in particular?
Not really me, but on the team in general, because I'm very calm, so it's all right. But yeah, on the team, so that's why we just switch and change everything.
Okay.
Honestly, I can't believe you're saying you're not at your aiming kind of prime yet with mouse and keyboard, because when you reach that, holy moly, you've been diffing some players that's been playing with the mouse and keyboard for years.
Yeah, but I think the most hard thing is like to be consistent with mouse and keyboard, and that's what I'm reaching for.
I can't wait to see it, Whalers. Speaking of consistency, you guys have now shaken up the groups a little bit, because I don't think a lot of people expected you to come out of this 2-0. And if we take a look at the standings here, obviously on the left, the Alpha group, at this point, I don't know who's going to playoffs. I feel like anybody can still go. And your group, again, is starting to get really competitive. So what do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the road to playoff gonna be hard. And yeah, I can't wait to see like the last matches of the season.
I feel like anything can happen.
Yeah, everything can happen. Yeah. That's why.
And obviously, you guys are only playing against the group on the left, and of those, I said you beat BBL, but you lost to KC and Fnatic, who are currently fighting for that top spot.
So you got Liquid left, right? Is that it?
Yeah, Liquid next week, and as well as that, is almost a rematch of the Ascension Finals.
Yeah,
3 of those players will be really cool. But I'm curious to hear your perspective, because it's hard for us to estimate where you guys are in the tiers within EMEA. And I'm curious for you, do you guys view yourself as the number 1, the number like top 4, top 3? Like where would you put your team right now in its today's form?
Today's form, I don't know. It's hard to say, because like I said, we just keep stepping up over and over, and I can't really like put ourselves in the like 3rd place or 2nd place or 1st place. Like we just can be everywhere. It's just gonna depend of the way we're evolving during the season. And I think right now it's good matches to just step up our level and actually now show real things.
Is there any team that you think if we beat them, then we're in good form, or is it all just take it 1 week at a time?
No, it's just gonna be match per match and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Top 11.
Top 11.
Top 11.
For sure.
At least 11. yeah. Wailers, this is the first time we've had you here on Postplan. So we do this tradition where we ask our guest to leave a question. Actually, before that, we actually have a question for you, I believe. We have that, right? We had a Safe here on Postplan last week, and he left a question for you.
Okay.
So let's roll the question from Safe.
Would you like to take a photo with me?
Would you like to take a photo with
Yeah,
Safe?
after the win, yeah, obviously.
Oh my god, I bet Safe didn't expect that Wailers was going to be answering that question. So, production, let's make it happen. I want to get Wailers and Safe together for a photo.
Safe if you're still in the building.
Yep, please.
You know where this is. Come on.
Please come by. Now, it's your turn because tomorrow, Na'Vi will be taking on BBL and we will have a player from the winning team here in the studio with us. Obviously, it could be a player on BBL, could be a player on Na'Vi. Would you like to leave a question for whoever it might be as well? It could be any question on this camera. Yeah.
Actually, I have no question.
But it could be anything. We've had like, what would you like to eat?
Color?
What's your favorite? Anything like that, yeah. Maybe ask them what keyboard they use, something like that. What mouse they use.
Which keyboard are you using?
Ooh, okay. We're getting recommendations.
Okay, hold on, I have a better question. What is your aim routine?
Ooh.
Oh, that's nice.
I like that a lot. What is your aim routine?
I'm trying to find myself right now, but I'm doing aim labs, range, deathmatch.
You got a playlist? We can hop on your playlist, maybe?
I have no playlist, no.
Oh damn it! I wanted to see how bad I was gonna be. I wanted to boost your ego a little, just be like, I am terrible at this. But Wailers, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win again. Thank you, Mitch. Gentlemate's lucky charm. I feel like when you're here, they win.
Yeah.
And of course,
every matches.
He's gonna be here every game now. Thank you to everyone else, the casters, Kakuka, all of you guys at home for watching. We're going to be back with more Valorant tomorrow, starting with Fnatic versus Foot. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you then.
Who's next?
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing